TikTok, the Chinese government's just taking all your data as well, right? So it's a data play. And so what Aero Social wants to do is make sure you own your data, make sure you're getting paid the proper amount for your data, and we want to pay the most that you can for your social data.
That's good.
And so we want to make sure everybody's getting paid the proper amount. So the best way and the most secure way that we've seen out there is actually crypto content, which is actually stored on the blockchain. And so you've also heard a lot of story about FTX, but we are not an exchange. We're our own token. We're our own internationally, but we do operate in our code is built out of Wyoming, but we operate in Texas. Right? So a lot of information, but the reality is Facebook's stealing your data, YouTube's paying for your data, but we don't know how much, so we want to make sure all that is properly informed to you. The best way to give that information is through the blockchain, which is a token, and that's a right. Lots of information, but it's all on our website at Arrow.
Two champ. He's
Hey,
there.
how are you?
All right, we're good.
David, how are you doing?
David, I'm Phil.
Nice to meet you, Phil.
We are. Can you say, oh, actually, hold
Oh,
on.
absolutely.
Yeah. So we're still getting this stuff set up, but we're good to go. We're live right now, so
Okay, great.
yeah, everything should be good. Okay. What I'm gonna do, take that down. You go ahead and have a seat.
Okay, very good. You had on bump everything
Right now.
it's a packed show today.
Oh yeah.
Always have a great guest.
Okay. So make sure y'all talk in the chat. All right.
Morning. How you doing, Chris?
Indeed. Pleasure to meet you. Tell everybody who you are. Tell us about your booth.
Okay,
All that.
great. I'm Ammo Dave. David Smith. I'm out of Dallas. I sell ammunition. Look up there.
Yep.
Thank you. So ammunition and freeze-dried food. I've been doing the shows for a couple of years, and I always have a great selection, a lot of hard-to-find stuff, and great ammo prices too. The show this week at San Marcos is really packed right now.
Oh yeah.
First time we've had it here. 650 tables.
And that's because what happened? Something happened in Pasadena. Like they had another gun show out there, and then they got canceled. And everybody came here.
At some gun shows, sometimes there's accidental shootings from people that are selling guns and they don't check things thoroughly enough, promoters, and the city's closing down. I'm not saying that happened there, but
Right.
but there are different things that happen accidentally. Not necessarily people getting shot, but as far as accidental shooting, discharge, I guess you could call it.
Right.
And so there's lots of good shows. Next week we're in San Antonio, which we do regularly at the Shriners Auditorium on 1604.
Is it Al's the Fire?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I have something different I started this weekend. I'll show you.
Yeah.
And you see it, I suppose. I'm giving away a 10% discount coupon to people if they pay cash for their ammo or their freeze-dried food purchases. And I just, trying to help compete with the other guys. And I'm the only one giving a discount.
I think we'll be utilizing that for that. So it's freeze-dried food. So that how long? I mean, I'm guessing that's good indefinitely.
So 25 years. So let me explain. Why should people buy freeze-dried food or put away food? Well, if you go to the store and buy canned goods, they're good for 6 months. Buy, sometimes if you have a farm or in the country, deer or some cow's meat will walk through your yard. Pasta and freeze-dried and other dishes won't, fruit, whatever. So there's a lot of people, without getting into politics, there's a lot of people coming over the border that are just more mouths to feed, and let's just talk at it from that aspect.
Right.
Only so much food in the store. But freeze-dried food is good. There's about 20 different brands at all different prices. Ready-wise, which is one of the brands I sell, for Patriots is a good brand too. It's good for 25 years. 100 servings, 150 servings, very reasonably priced. It gives you peace of mind if you have the food in your closet. Right. Now, I'll tell you something funny. Let's say, Chris, you have a brother-in-law that you don't like so much. We're running out of food. He comes over your house. Chris, I need some food. So here's your bucket. Go home.
Right.
He needs to take care of so your wife's happy, right?
Right.
Or whoever. And he's not at your house eating your food. And it's kind of funny, but it's a real deal. If you, for example, have a brother-in-law you may not like. have to
I
say
love my brother-in-law. He's awesome.
Hey, thanks, Darwin.
We'll get you on here in a second, man.
Our promoter for the show, Darwin, and his wife Jocelyn do a great job of advertising and getting the word out about it. And right now, there's approximately 1,000 people in here, and I'm not estimating high. Last show in San Antonio at the Shriners, we had 973 people the first day, Saturday.
Wow.
That was a 250 table show. This is 650. So come see us. I'm at the front door. I'm glad to help. If you can't buy from me or I don't have what you want, I'm still a good resource for you.
Yes.
Happy to help.
Give us your website, any contact information that we can put out.
Got it. I don't do a website. I don't do shipping because of the rules for hazmat. It's hazmat materials.
Okay.
But I'm M.O. Dave
Dave.
Smith. My phone number is 214-870-2605. And you can text me and say you have some of this and that. And I'll tell you where I'm going to be. I rotate with the Live Oak show, the Belton show up by Waco, the San Marcos, San Antonio show. I'm in Bastrop at shows too.
Oh, wow.
Even as far as Fort Worth.
Nice. So you can get it anywhere across the state, wherever you might be. You can catch M.O. Dave, and he will hook you up.
Abilene, Longview, I go different places.
West Texas, East Texas, all the four corners.
The last thing I'll close with is you go to Texas Gun Traders. You can see where all the gun shows in the state of Texas are. Just type in gun shows in Texas on Google and then find a show.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Shea, DC What Booth. M.O. Dave. Put that in the chat. M.O. All right. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Chris. If there's anything you need, I'll take care of it. Don't worry
I
about
don't know
this.
if any of those. Are you handing them out?
I am, yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah.
And
We'll
they
have
can
to
give it
bless
any
them.
show.
All right. See, any show you get this, you can use this. It says M.O. Dave 10% off coupon with cash payment. So bring your cash, and he will hook you up 10% off.
I also take cards too, but there's tax additional.
Right.
Cash, I take care of your tax.
Got it. Awesome. Thanks so much. Dave.
Have a great day.
You too. God bless.
Bye bye.
Gotcha. Look at them hands. I got Spider-Man. Gotcha.
I felt it pull when I stopped.
Thank you. Hello.
Right.
Exactly.
See, we got another guest coming up. I think I'm gonna put this light in front of me because I am super dark today. I wonder if that's any better. You can see me right here. So I really got one chair. They're kind of skipping us on the chairs over here, but this place is so packed that okay. Right now. Okay. All right. So got this camera. All right, we're gonna talk to this camera.
All right.
What's your name, brother?
My name's Ricky.
Ricky?
Mendez.
Who you with?
I'm with Kirkpatrick Guns and Ammo,
Right.
Laredo, Texas. We're located inside of Arena Gun Club, 6501 Arena Boulevard,
Okay.
Suite 105A.
This man's got all. He's got all the All the deets.
All the deets.
Nice. All right, I'm trying to get you on camera. Oh, there we go.
You guys want to come in?
All right, there we go.
I'll take a knee here.
So, tell us what you got at your booth, man. I saw you have a pretty large operation there. I was like, hey, are you with? He's like, no, this whole section is Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, so we got I don't even know how many tables Mike got us this year. Good
Yeah,
deal
we
of them.
got a whole island down there.
Yeah, so
Nice.
we are carrying firearms and holsters and leather for firearms. Like the gist of what we're working on here.
This is you.
All
You
right.
good? Keep talking.
Oh, right up there.
The firearms?
Yeah, so we're doing firearms and leather for firearms. Rick here got our location and all that information down. As far as all of our leather goes, it's all handmade in-house, one at a time. So if you're looking for a holster, a sling, a scabbard, virtually anything that you can do with leather, we can do it. We will happily do it. No job too big.
I love that word, scabbard. I don't know why.
Scabbard, yeah.
So
So
you
that's
have a full-on scabbard.
full
All right.
scabbard. Come put your rifle on 18 or horse. That's what you do.
Nice.
Our leather shop's been open since 1950, established in 1950. Our gun store is 25 years of business, and we're real proud of what we do.
Sounds like it. Y'all, okay, so this is family business? Or?
It is a family business.
So y'all said y'all from El Paso?
Great.
Laredo, okay. I was going to mix up.
Just a different border town.
Right.
Other side of Texas.
Right. So tell us what you got down at the booth that you like. You got any specials going on or anything that y'all trying to move?
Yeah, I mean, virtually all those holsters there. Normal retail price of those comes from about 120. So today we're running them all for $100, and I think there's pretty big savings there. And all of our prices are negotiable. Anyone comes by the booth, if you got a better price for us, I'm happy to work with you.
All right, bring cash.
Yeah,
Bring
bring
cash.
cash.
Cash is king.
Cash
You
is
see
king.
me at the booth, you come look for some guns. You see Kaz, go get some holsters.
Right.
We're wheeling and dealing all day today.
That sounds great, man. I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna be down there because my wife's watching, but you know, I gotta leave that way. So
We can make a pretty discreet transaction.
Right, yeah, she won't find out.
I'm not gonna buy it. But yeah, man. I'm trying to think if there's anything, because I know I had some other questions, but I want to really leave this time for y'all. Is there any do you have a website or anything that they go to?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can find all of our website, all of our holsters on our website where we do most of our business. You can get kirkpatrickleather.com, www.kirkpatrickleather.com.
Our gun store website's down right now.
Okay.
We're working on trying to get it back up and running.
So that means get your butts down here.
Exactly.
My guns here.
Or it gets put down to Laredo.
Right? Yeah, it's here in Laredo. Oh, hold on.
There
Got a
goes
little-
the light.
Today and tomorrow only save yourself about 3
There
hours
you go.
driving if
That's
you're
good.
north of San Marcos.
Right.
All right.
Right.
All right. But yeah. You have anything else to leave us with?
That's about all I got.
That's all we got.
Man, I appreciate y'all coming
I
down.
appreciate your time.
We also we're probably going to talk some more about you see that machine right there? That's called a PunDX machine, and that man right there, he'll be going around talking to people about it. And there's another guy named Derek. They're actually merchant service machines, like POS machines. So you'll be able to take payments in crypto, and the best thing about it is, you have to usually pay a 3.25 whatever percent. This gives you money back. So is that how it is?
Yeah, that's how it works.
So-
So if you own the Xbox, then you don't have to pay the credit card fees, right? And then all the money that's owned on this machine actually goes back to you, right? So then you can actually set the price of how much you want to get back from the Xbox charge to the customer. And the amount that's set back to you as the owner. So it's a debit fee back to you as long as you're selling the product.
Great. Well, guys, thanks for the time. If you're looking to reach out to us,
Yeah. I'll be
from
back.
Patrick Guns and Ammo, Patrick Leather Company, in Laredo, Texas. Phone number 956
There it is.
568 8005.
And you can reach Leather Shop at phone number 956-723-6893.
Reach
All
us
right.
by email at kfirearms1@gmail.com.
All right. Hey, if y'all have all that stuff on, if y'all can write all that stuff down, I'm gonna and bring it back to them. I'm gonna put it all in the chat so they can have that information.
Awesome.
All right. So y'all just do that for me.
Alrighty.
Thank you. Okay,
Sounds
for coming.
good.
Thank you for your
All
time.
right. Thank you.
Thank you all so
All right.
much.
Hey, and tell your buddies. Everybody wants to come down through here.
All right.
Rocking and rolling over here. What's going on, brother? We got another one. You about ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Yeah. I should have spaced these out, man, y'all. All right. Let's see if I can get this angle right this time. All right. Who we got? You and your wife? Oh, somebody's got a man to booth. Okay.
Somebody's got a man the booth, so Miss Mac Tacticals out
It's all good. How you doing?
Good.
Chris Miller. What's the name of your company?
Mac Tactical.
Mac Tactical. And it is spectacular. I'm going to tell you from experience, I forget which camera I'm talking into. From experience, their equipment is, that's all I can say. It literally had, they could put any design on your rifle. Is that correct? Like,
Correct. Every gun we manufacture, we Cerakote, and we do have optional custom Cerakoting as well. So any design you want, whether it's Cryptech, multicam, we've done Deadwood themed guns.
nice.
You dream it, we can do it.
Okay, what's the let's get darker in here. Let's see. Okay. Oh, there it goes. What is your top seller?
Our top seller is our MT15, chambered in 223 Wild, 16-inch barrel.
Okay.
We have some of the lightest guns on the market. We have a rail we use that's very light, and I claim that our guns are some of the most accurate right out of the box, due to the fact of how we assemble.
Very nice. So what is the mean or the average price for one of your firearms?
So our standard MT15 and 16-inch barrel starts at $1,500,
Okay.
and goes up depending on options and customization you want. At the show this weekend, we're 20% off.
Nice.
So that $1,500 is going for $1,200 this weekend.
Wow. Okay, so y'all need to pay attention to that. Let me put this in the chat. Mac Tactical, is it MACK?
MACK, correct.
All one word?
Mac Tactical, 2 words.
Tactical. There we go, Mac. All right. And what's the phone number that they can reach y'all at?
Phone number is 512-548-6969.
6969. And the website?
Website is www.mactactical.com.
It is. All right, so it's in the chat. I'm going to be doing that for. Just realized all of these are okay. So, anything that you want to tell us that's kind of sets you apart from your competitors?
I would say our guarantee for one.
Okay.
If anything ever goes wrong with your firearm, that is has to do with our assembly process or anything like that, we will take care of it.
So I'm just gathering. So y'all actually are the y'all actually
We are the manufacturer.
manufacture. That's big. It's because y'all that allows y'all to guarantee the workmanship. Yeah, because you see a lot of, there's a lot of resellers, there's a lot of aftermarket things like that, but this is where the bread gets buttered right here.
Correct. Every component part in our gun is 100% sourced and made in the USA.
Okay, very good.
We use nothing foreign in our guns.
Very good.
Our level of reliability is very high.
Okay. So let me ask you this: what? I'm going to test your prowess here. Looking at me, what would you say would be the best fit for me as far as a rifle?
For just the range?
Yeah, it's like say like you're selling shoes, but you're selling high-end rifles. Which rifle would you put me in?
I would put you in probably one of our MT15s with an 18-inch barrel chambered in 6mm.
Elaborate, because I don't know what that is.
So
I wasn't saying I'm the gun expert, so he's got to.
the new 6mm arc round, the ballistics on it are fantastic. And when we match it up with our 18-inch barrel, I've shot that round up to 1,200 yards accurately. I have a lot of hog hunters going to that versus 308 in a 15 or a AR-10 platform, which is a lot heavier.
Yeah.
Unload around. So it's a good combination, and it's good for just the range or getting out on the ranch and shooting some hogs or whatever you want to do with it.
Okay. Do you have one of those?
I don't have a 6mm arc with me.
Okay.
I sold the one we had in stock yesterday before we came.
That's my next purchase. Ashley, if you're wondering what I'm going to do, I'm going to get one of those. So we'll talk about it. I'm sure we'll have an argument about it, but not now. Later on this year or something. But birthday.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Valentine's Day is coming up too, guys.
I know. Right? Well, her birthday is right after Valentine's Day, so it'd be more of a chance for her getting together.
Yeah.
But okay. Well, thanks for joining us, man. Is there anything you want to leave us with before you go?
When you think Mac Tactical, our tagline is "When accuracy counts." We back that up, and our firearms are great from combat to competition.
Awesome. Very much. Thank you very much for joining us. Y'all come down. What booth are y'all?
I don't know the number of it.
There's so many now. Like, I don't even know. I don't even know if numbers matter right now. Okay, so they are in. If you're coming in, you're going to walk towards the far wall.
Right. We're in, I think, the fourth row.
Right, fourth row, far wall. Um,
3 tables.
3 tables in. You can find them, and you can look for what's your wife's name?
My wife's name is Jamie.
Look for-
She has her persona when we're at the shows. She gets dressed up and pin up. She's Miss Mac Tactical.
There you go. You
She
can't
will
miss her.
sign pictures for you as well.
Nice. You can't miss her. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, appreciate it.
We'll let everybody know. Obviously, it's on the chat. We will definitely we'll keep pushing that. Anybody that comes by the table, we'll let them know where you're at.
I appreciate
Hey,
it.
thank you so much.
Yeah,
God bless,
thank you.
man. Take it easy. So we're real packed in here. Hey, look who it is. Who we got over here? We got the other. Got the sis over
Friends
here.
and family.
Right? Got the whole family over here doing it. And look who's behind the cameras. As always, we can't see him. We got Uncle Dude behind the scenes. There we go. I didn't get this angle right. Yeah, because for some reason I am super dark today. I mean, this is weird.
Against the wall.
Right?
It's so light.
All right. This camera can see me, and that's good. Hey, but it's not. There's no wide angle.
Chris. I said we take the blinders off and just let the full light.
Can we do that? I need the. Because I'm like, I don't know what it is.
Does that help? Or does it lessen too much? Does that help?
It's like I'm on a planet with three suns.
It looks like you're lit up pretty well.
Well, on here I am, but on here for some reason, what is this camera?
It might be because the light from, I don't know, it seems like you're getting like washed out from the light.
All I know is I look oily. Hey y'all, again, thanks for joining the Chris Miller Show. It's not always pretty, but it's always gritty. Hey, do what? Turn it off.
I just want to see if it makes
Like this.
No, that made it darker on that side.
Yeah, that's helpful.
We needed all the lights.
Maybe the music does help. Dude, I have no light extra.
I tell you what. Hey, I have an idea.
What's that?
Honestly, it might just be the camera angle.
I want you to sit right here and
Do whatever you say.
I want you to chat with my viewers about. I'm gonna give you about 10, 15 minutes to talk about our social. I know you can. Listen to the genius.
I'm not a genius. I just have good people around me, like
Indeed.
Chris.
I try.
Right?
Hey, why am I
Is it getting the audio from this thing?
What?
Yeah.
Shouldn't be. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Watch your camera resolution,
Yeah, that makes it good.
audio. Can you hear me in there?
Yeah, just try to direct, like whenever you talk, direct your voice directly towards it. Just like
To the
blending
mic.
in with the
Alright.
background.
Well, she's going to be able to hear it, but because her audio isn't coming from the computer.
Okay. But the computer.
I just need to make sure that it's pulling from the.
Hold on. I'm gonna. So it's USB audio. Bang bang. All right, there we go. So it hasn't been on there. Right. So it was before it was pulling from here. So I'm glad we got that situated. Can everybody? Audio's good. Ashley says audio's good. Awesome. Thank you so much for being awesome. Do I look, Ashley? Since you're watching this, do I look? It doesn't sound as good now. Can you wait a minute? It doesn't sound as good now. Hold on. Audio suppress. Audio suppresses it after. Oh, audio suppresses after USB audio. Okay. All right. Let me go back and try this again. Audio.
Yeah, I don't think that's right. It's too centralized, right?
Let's see. All right. How does that sound, y'all?
They give you thumbs up.
Yeah, they're saying it was better before I put it on the mics. She said it's better. Can you hear him?
Can you hear me? Anyone?
Can you hear the guests?
Arrow Social is awesome. I like that.
All right, they said they can hear you, so that's good. Why is this not? Oh, there it is.
Go to
All right.
arrow.io. We've given all our wealth away.
You know what I'm gonna do with this to the left of the screen. And I'm gonna do another one. Take this. All right. So I need to have that other one up. Thank y'all for sticking by me because this is
As we
a
work
work
through
in progress.
technical challenges.
All right, took the right of the screen.
This is my only experience. I never learned to
Do you want me to talk? I can keep
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
talking a bit.
yeah, go ahead.
So what we've seen is that social networks are limiting what we can say. They're constructing all the phrases themselves, right? They're limiting when people can earn and how they can earn. Influencers are telling us that they're restricting what they can say, how they can say it, and so that's kind of how we came up with the Robin Hood effect, right? And that's kind of how we chose the arrow name, is that everybody can use an arrow, and Robin Hood is kind of like a nice right? And so that's how we came up with the arrow social, right? So the arrow is always pointing up because we're always going in. The goal is to always go in a positive direction. Right? Arrow Social always wants to be positive. We want to fix all the complaints that we've heard in the social networks, that there are restrictions. Facebook's keeping all the money to themselves. YouTube is paying out, but we don't know how much. We're focusing on the top uh, influencers. So we want to help everyone. We don't want to put limits or restrictions. We don't want to kick you off the platform just because you have a different opinion than us, right? So what we did is we created a platform that helps everyone. We are paying out a token, right? It is a cryptocurrency, so we want to help the community build their tokens, pay out on the tokens, and then there is an exchange. It is an international exchange, and you can build up your tokens and then send it to that exchange. So we want to build a social network where it's fair to everybody, and then build your social influence as you build the community and as you share your tokens in that community. If you keep them on that platform, there is no fees, there's no charge to work. We've also built what we call the Arrowverse, so there's no charges within the platform to work on that Arrowverse. In the future, we also envision that these tokens can be used on gaming platforms. The team has built what's called an API within the system that you can then change that into other applications built on apps that can then be used either in gaming in the future or any other application that can be built that API can then build into other applications. So there are future uses for the token, but right now, the way that the US is built, you have to have a single application for utility. So that application is then to attract advertisements so that there is that use for that utility for advertisers to come over to the platform to attract the influencers and users so that there can be that utility built into the application. So Aerosocial is then the community that's using that utility type. Within the platform, there then is um, a way to earn that capability as you click on platform, which on my phone is the application. Um, so much fun in it for you right now, so I can't show you how it uses. But if you go to www.aero.io, you can download the beta version that's there, and that will guide you through the process. For Apple users, it's invite only, so you have to double click test flight. Um, it's a weird, since it's beta, you have to go through the Apple process. For Android, it is just a simple search of the Aerosocial, and you can download that version that's available for the users right now. The explanation should be available on Android.io. It's .io for international users because we do want to be an international program. That's the other reason why we've chosen to be a blockchain capability, because we do want international capability and building community for that application. So crypto can be scary, but we want to educate those that are new to the blockchain. And so we do have some explanation videos available on the website, as well as some educational services through our nonprofit called Arrow Foundation. .org. And so we're working on building educational platforms and serving um, educational purposes through that arena as well. There has been some folks that have copied us, so be wary of that process as well. Everything through Aerosocial is on Arrow.io. Make sure that you're following the right platform. Aerosocial is building community, it's building resources, it's building a larger capabilities through those resources that are available to community users. We also want to call them members, because users can see a little bit self-serving. And so we want to be part of a family that's growing a community that's improving the area. And so Aerosocial wants to improve that capability and improve the world and make it a better place. And so what we've seen is that social networks can actually take things away from you, but we want to make it a better environment for everyone in the future. Um, we've seen that if folks earn their way, that they know how to use their value that they've created in a much better manner than a single entity who's trying to collect all the power and the capability. So that's why we wanted to create a network that gives that power back to the creator. Right? So we wanted to create an environment for the creators where they can actually earn their capability and take that value back to where it was created, and take it back to the creator's capability and the influencers from where that content was created.
Check, check. If I can have everybody just chill real quick, there are no alcohol beverages allowed in the building. Or in this room. I understand, but it was set up outside, but that's for a different event. If you are seen with an alcohol beverage inside of the gun, will be escorted out without your money back. Have a good day.
All right. So I'll keep talking, please. So cryptocurrency has, with FTX, created a problem, right? Exchanges have been scary, and that's why we we are not an exchange. Right? We are a token that has actually followed the USA guidelines, and then put forward a plan to make sure that we actually have been following Texas guidelines. We are actually a Wyoming property. We are approved out of Wyoming. We are actually talked to regulators out of Texas. And we are actually a defined commodity out of Texas. And we are going to the feds and speaking with them. And the federal regulators gave 14 requirements. So we're actually approved of the 14. We've met 13 of those, and the 14th one was a ridiculous one that says our commodity should be a diminishing return, and we don't believe that if you buy a token, it should actually lose its value on a protected schedule, which we don't abide with. We don't think that if you buy a token, it should actually lose its value on purpose. So we don't buy that. We don't actually purposely decline the value of the token and its requirements. So we are going to the feds with our request in the next 7 months and make that the next decision. So we're doing everything that we have understood. I'm a systems engineer and have practiced the systems engineering practice for the last 30 years. And have gleaned all the information we can from the U.S. government to make sure that we're protected. We're following all the rules that we can understand and basically protect the best that we can do with the assets that are entrusted to us. The crypto industry is confusing, but we're trying to make sure we do everything we can to earn the trust. To us, it is about trust, company trust, and valuation to the community, and sharing that community, and then that value and trust is what we want to bring to our future. The confusion that we believe is happening in the crypto industry is there are actually 6 pillars in the crypto community, and some of them actually conflict each other, right? There are ways of security. Crypto was built on security, but then you also see every transaction that's in the crypto community, right? So security and visibility kind of conflict with each other. So if you see everything, but then you want it to be secure, how do you see everything, but then ensure that security, right? That's a little bit conflicting, right? And then what happened in Ethereum was there was some Ethereum that was stolen, right? But then everybody goes, oh, well, it was stolen, but we don't want to go fix it. But it's like, wait, the people that stole it didn't do anything about it having stolen, and that's kind of what the classic Ethereum, and then folks that wanted to continue with Ethereum. So the Ethereum blockchain actually fixed it, and then the classic Ethereum said, no, don't fix it, right? And so that was the separation of Ethereum and Ethereum Classic, right? So Ethereum Classic didn't fix anything, and then the Ethereum blockchain actually went back and fixed it and said, no, we should fix it. We know what happened. Let's go fix it, because the innocent folks didn't have anything wrong, right? And so they went ahead and fixed it, and Ethereum today, like, it was almost 10, 15-fold increase, and Ethereum Classic obviously is kind of stagnated. It's gone up, but it's certainly not the growth that we've seen in Ethereum, right? And so obviously people agree with that approach that yes, if you see a problem, you should fix it, right? That's why it's there. And so that's why you see some of these conflicting thought processes in the crypto industry. Um, so if it's visible and there's security reasons, you should actually go back and fix some of those processes. Um, and when you see those corrections and people agree with it, that's when you see the growth in the crypto industry. Is when people agree with you, that's where you see it. And so that's when you see the positive effect of crypto. That's when you see the growth in the industry. You got changes going on? You got people coming? We
No,
don't
it's
know.
way back from the bathroom.
That's right. Um, that's why I'm not in the radio talk show industry because I have no idea. And so we got koozies, we got pens. We come down to the show and give you all kinds of stuff. Uh,
Pop sockets.
Pop sockets, that's right. So that was the fun thing. I thought pop sockets were the craziest things. But my daughters used them, and they actually helped me hang on to the phone. I've practically lost my phone 2 or 3 times with pop sockets. Are the best thing ever. It actually
That
pops
handle.
it up. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a great handle, so you don't lose your phone. It actually props it up while you're on the airplane. So come get pop sockets. We actually have QR code that will send you to our website. So come chat with us. Download the beta version. We're quirky as it is. We should get Apple approval in the next couple of weeks. And come chat with us about Aerosocial. We're paying out higher than YouTube. YouTube has limits. We don't. You can get moving on working on your social network. Um, we actually have talked to a pretty big influencer. I can't use his name, but we're so excited. I'm amazed about the connection. I'm, I'm an engineer, so it takes a lot to excite me, but I was shocked about the connection that we made. And it's pretty exciting about the efforts that we're moving. The Chris Miller connection. It's exciting what's happening in the industry and excited about the connections that are moving forward. There's really cool stuff happening, and the reality is it's about you, right? It's not about Aerosocial. It's about what you can do. It's about who we can grow. It's about the influencers, the members, the users. It's about how we can help you make a difference, right? Giving back to the community and making things better for the influencers. And that's truly what we need to do, right? It's not about giving your money to Facebook. It's about making things better for the users, making things better for the community so that we can all grow together, right? And that's really what Facebook missed, right? It's kind of what Uber missed. It's like I kind of like some of the things with YouTube missed, but I think YouTube kind of grew out of that, and they're kind of missing it. If you just focus, like they're just focusing on the upper end, and they forgot about the lower. So you can see that when you start putting limits. It's too difficult to pay people at the lower end. Really?
You're paying that much.
Yeah. It's hard to write check. Oh, my hand's cramping because I'm writing too many checks. Really? Like, then make your system easier, right? And so that's what we see happening is like then fix your system, right? If checks are too hard to pay out, then pick a different system, right? And so that's what, as a systems engineer, that's kind of what I see is like, well, then fix it, right? If your system's hard or it's too difficult, then fix it. If you got $1 billion, fix your system. But it's like if you make too much money, then you kind of get in this little ivory tower, and that's kind of what's happening.
Like you don't see all
You don't see all the problems, right? And you get in this little system, and that's it's kind of what's happened to the big four, right? And I don't have to name them. Everybody knows who they are, right? And so when you get that big, and I've kind of always said it will take a small startup to go fix all this, and it will take a small company to go through and make sure that they're working from the very beginning and not a bolt-on system. Right? You can't fix this and go back through and go, oh, well, let's just add this and add this and add this, because it'll break, right? Um, but it's hard to explain to people, and YouTube looks like they're helping out, but they're only helping the top, right? And they're forgetting about the bottom, which is why we liked Robin Hood. Right? Robin Hood starts in the community, right? And we're starting in San Antonio, and we're starting in San Marcos, and we're starting in small areas, and you can grow in the community and reach those areas. But you can also then reach out to other areas and others influencers. You can start big, you can start small, and start in your local areas, and then reach out from there. But limits just hurt everybody, right? Um, but it's hard to explain, right? It's also hard for big people or larger people to step out over the beach. Um, but it is about your network. It's about who you're talking to. It's about and people get confused, and greed affects everything. But people look at me and they go, "Oh, well, you're. How can you?" But it's starting small, right? Starting small, it's starting simple, and it's wonderful. And I'm not the best speaker. I might be boring sometimes.
It's not all the information that people need.
Yeah. Um, but it's starting small and going from there, and reaching out to do one or two things you can do.
For example, here at the table, you're looking at
And of course, I would never replace Chris Miller.
Oh no, he loves to talk, so I don't know if anybody can talk as long as him.
I'm gonna see if I can find it.
We can take a small break. I don't know if it's on live, if anybody has
It
questions.
is online.
I don't know if anybody has questions we can answer, or
I think you should get back in. That's what it says.
think he should get back in.
I think so.
He's on his way back
You've
up.
been rambling a while. That's what he says.
Do you have any questions on the information, or?
Nope, been rambling too long. That's what he said.
Well, to learn about it.
Chris is back. He's saving us all.
Y'all talked out over here?
Yep. That's what they say.
All right. Where are we at? Let me see these things set up. Okay. Out there doing a little recon. It's weird.
You got it?
There we go. You know what?
Chris is going to save us all.
I'm not sure where this is broadcasted to, but I'll finish that. If I can still. You know what? I can do this, go live, and I think that I can do this because I'm still live. All right, so what I'm going to do, because I prepared for this, I don't know if y'all have you ever heard of Chat GPT?
Oh, yeah.
I think it might be the devil, but and I'll tell you
The
why.
devil's in the details.
And I'll tell you why I say that, because so when you think about Chat GPT, okay, that's definitely spam. if you think about Chat GPT, you can ask it anything, right? You can ask it anything, and it will give you pretty good, accurate answers. Like damn good, accurate answers. You can tell it to write you business plan. You can tell it to write you code. It actually writes code. That to me is freaking insane. Why? No, no, it's not too bright. It's not. It's not bright enough. It's not bright enough. I'm trying to get this. I gotta get this out of the way. So I could just be like, "Hey, how y'all doing?"
There you go. Just gotta hold it in your.
Oh no, it got darker.
Okay. So I'm going to go over to.
Oh my gosh, you're really washed out.
I know, right? I mean, it's weird,
It's like all this lighting should.
right? It should. Am I the abyss of darkness?
I think we could get this lighting right. Let me call Rashad because he knows.
Patriot page because they do not like what I've been saying last 15 years. You know what? Facebook is about to see a reckoning. They are. You know, I'm wondering if them putting Trump back in the game, what kind of move that was. What were they trying to accomplish with that? So what?
I think it was a huge move, but I don't know how who, right?
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out what the motivation was behind that. I can't for the life of me figure out exactly what they were, what they did. They give in or so what? I'll take your hat off. No,
Is that better? No, not really.
still black. You know, I want to pull one of these old. Hey, Leslie, you know what?
Huh?
Go find me an old. Hey, ooh, that's getting better. Because all the light has to be on me because I am the blackest thing in existence. I love my melanin, by the way. It's amazing.
But what did you want me to find?
I want you to find an old. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Hey. Yes, sir. Doing the Chris Miller show. Oh, wow. Hey, Leslie, go over there and grab my my shirts, that bag of shirts, and put one on. No, they're hanging up in the plastic bag. There you go. Oh, you know what? Hey, do you know about Chat GPT?
Yeah.
Talk to me about Chat GPT while I set up my banner stand, which is awesome. It's weird.
Where's your banner stand at? I'll say that.
I'm gonna set it up. Oh, it's over there. It's in that. Yeah, it's in that long deal. Okay, so let's talk about Chat GPT. Chat GPT is a tool. It's an AI. It's a learning tool. It's machine learning, but it's basing its experience off of our shared input.
2021 data.
Yes, and I found that out. It's just
Uploaded, yeah.
right. So it's basically Ultron. Ultron has come alive,
Right.
and he's not yet in human form, thank God, but he's definitely out there in the mix. He's trying to. What's happening is they're trying to gather all of human experience. They're trying to figure out how we talk to one another.
Right.
They're trying to figure out how we interact. They're trying to build an emotional learning tool. Well, that's what I feel like they're trying to build emotion into.
Right. So it's basically like lecture, conversation,
Right. You,
intellect, right, and pictures. Right.
you know, I saw a deal that what's his name? Jordan Peterson did a spot where he talked about how he had it write a 13th rule for the 12 rules. His 12 rule book, 12 rules for life, I think. But he had it write a 13th rule, and it included. He said from a perspective of the Taoist and the King James version. So he added those influences in there, and you know what happened? It wrote this. It it wrote the 13th rule in about 3 seconds. It started writing it, and he could not tell that he didn't write it.
Oh, that makes sense.
Jordan Peterson is an amazing. Yeah, he's an amazingly intelligent person. He's a psychiatrist, psychologist. Which one's which? How do we tell? I forget.
From what I've heard, one can
One
write
gives you the
drug
medicine, right?
medication, and the other one just talks.
Right? I think he might be, I don't know which one it is, but he's the one that talks. And he said that he could not tell the difference between his writing and its writing. It was so, and it had obviously processed his input from his book because it already has it on file. And it added a 13th rule to it. That's amazing to me. I actually have done a little bit of input with it. Nothing big, but just kind of trying to gauge its intuitiveness, and it shocked me because it wrote something that I could not tell that I had written. Like it was I didn't even give it that much input, but it wrote it from a perspective that was so close to my own that it was terrifying.
Yeah, ours wrote a story about aerosol and cryptocurrency.
Oh, let me see. No, there's more to it. Yeah,
And you're wearing my favorite color, purple. I love it.
yeah. It's higher than life. Like, look at that. That's scary. Hold on. Let's get a picture of that. Look at this. What's happening? Thank you to Walt. Thank you to Walt at Visual Productions. I need,
Miller show.
I need to give a shout out to Walt. Yes. That's scary. That's mean. You can see me a little bit better.
There we go.
We have. I wish I could show y'all all of the pictures that we have. Hey, did you get the T-shirts? All of them? Go grab all of them. It's me. Oh, you know what? Ah, that's. You know what? Hold on. I am going to do this as well. Man, I'm on TikTok live because I haven't done that in a while, and that's
I
crazy.
didn't even realize you had enough for live until I saw you pop up on my page.
Oh yeah, I got people.
I was like, he's
People like me,
I was like, can you shout me out?
right?
Here you go.
And people like me. Thank you. Oh, and just so y'all know, y'all get the Chris Miller Show T-shirts. We're selling them for $30. They're dry fit. That's amazing. They're dry fit. Got the Chris Miller Show logo on there, right here. Bam.
Oh, yeah.
Dry fit, moisture wicking. It's amazing. Oh wow! So look at that. I need to turn that. There it is. Go live. Oh, hold on. Stop.
It's like on this.
Enhance. Enhance. I want to do that. I just want to live goal. Go to FDCEO1 on TikTok and you
No,
find
you
what
can't
is
see the light.
happening.
I don't know. What are you doing?
What is happening right there?
I don't know,
want to do
but he's got
that. That
some
looks
style.
silly.
That's a lot styler than mine.
I need that to go away.
Where are you going?
I need that to stop happening.
I'm not kidding.
That's insane, and I need to stop.
That actually makes me look better.
Okay.
There we go. That looks a lot better.
What's happening?
My glasses or
The
sunglasses.
ultimate meme. Hold on. All right, let's stop that. Let's just stop it.
Bring it out a little bit.
Hold on,
more
Juan
towards you.
Padron. Momento. And now, because that's crazy. We can't do
Turn
that.
it a little bit that way.
What? This one?
No, that one a little bit that way, so it's not
This
touching
one?
the light.
Oh, that
Yeah,
one.
that's good. Yeah, that's
There
good.
you go. Okay, so we're gonna go live again and try that again because that was ridiculous. Enhance. Oh, look! It can make you skinnier. That's weird.
That's scary.
All right. Okay. So I need you to open these up, put them over there, and
Like fold them up and put them out.
yeah, they should be folded already. We're selling those $30 a piece. Arrow social info was great too. Actually, that's the project that me and Derek work on. This is actually the founder.
Trying to prop him up so they'll be closer.
He's a smart dude, right? Okay.
This y'all street.
No, he's trying to get rid of the evidence. I think.
I should.
Look at this. It's gonna be my eyes.
Oh, your eyes.
I don't understand what's happening. Smoothness is all the way up.
Dude, I just think you're much better at this than I am.
Dude, I just learned this right now. I had no idea that you can make yourself skinnier. That is such a mind.
I just want
Can't
to
use the
be
word. My bad. The Texas Gun Show. You know what? I wanted to just get on here and have some fun, and that's what we've been doing. That's awesome.
We have had fun.
I actually look weird skinnier. I don't think I like it.
Why do you keep putting this back over here? I'm trying to make room.
I can go live from both my front and my back cameras. That's weird. Let's try it.
Huh? You want me to put it somewhere back here?
Move that somewhere.
Chris, this yours?
Yes. That's insane. All right. Let's do that. Sweet. Well, I can have both my front and my back cameras going.
Huh?
Right. So, we're live from the Texas Gun Show here in San Marcos. If I can get us both in here.
So I don't think so. You're good. It's your show.
What if we do that? Look at that.
Swap
Look at
this
that.
out.
Uh-oh. That's dope. All right. Let me get this. Okay.
Might as well put it over there.
All right. Okay.
You got it?
It's Yari. Hey Yari. I guess that works. I don't think I can see what's happening here. I don't think. Hold on.
Oh, it was in the light. You got it.
All right. 20 people on. Let's see. Flip camera. Mirror your video. Turn out sound a bit. Okay. Sure, enhance. Dual camera. I'm gonna turn the dual camera off. That's bothering me. Okay. All right. So.
Oh, we got a microphone. That's cool.
It's weird. I'm in the.
The words.
Right.
I think the words are visible.
What is that? Okay. All right. So. Let's talk. Show me that machine. Show me the Pun DX machine.
Yeah.
All right. So this machine, tell me what it does.
So this is a point of sale device. It's called the XBoss. And what it does is it is a debit machine that allows you to sell your products, but you can buy them for crypto, right? And so that then lets you sell your products with Bitcoin, Ethereum. I don't think Litecoin's on here. But
Don't get me talking about
Binance,
Serious.
right? And then some of the other tokens that's on here. And it's not connected to the internet, but anything that you connect to your internet, then it has that point of sale device that it can sell your products on, right? Then you can avoid your credit card charges, right? That 3% then goes back to the company, and then folks that buy, then the company can earn back anything from the charges that would be normally charged on the ATM machines, right? Then goes back to the company that owns that XBOS for point of sale devices, right? So any of the cryptocurrencies can be used for purchases of product.
So, did you already tell them about the money that goes back to the
Yeah,
surveyor?
goes
Okay,
back to the owners for the company owners, right?
awesome. That's huge because when you're doing merchant services, if you're a business owner, get these cameras together. If you're a business owner, what happens is that you end up having to pay what 3.25%, roughly 3.25% on each one of your purchases, and whenever you pay that, that's actually money. That's obviously money going out, and you either pass it on to your customer or you eat that. We're giving you the ability to not eat that. We're giving you the ability um, to benefit from every purchase you make. So you're getting the opportunity of 6%,
3.5%, but then you can actually charge up to 10%.
up to 10%. Oh wow,
Yeah,
I've been saying 6%.
I know, right?
Good thing I'm
Just
not
got an extra bonus
right.
just for knowing.
So the beauty of that is that instead of money going out, it's money coming in, obviously. But this is something that, at the level that it's at right now, I mean, we're offering the opportunity for. Don't isn't there something that has to do with territories?
We don't have territory.
You know, no, I mean like as far as like
Oh, as far as the U.S., right?
right.
We're the only distributor in the U.S.
So say such and such establishment gets one here. Is there anything that has to go along with that as far as? Because I was, and stop me if I'm wrong, but I'm spitballing here. Is there something that has to do with like, okay, so they're this type of establishment in this area? Are they the only like?
So currently we don't have any restrictions like that. I mean, once you own your Xbox, then you own it.
Right. What I'm saying is, um, does that offer you? How am I trying to say this? Because
So there can be some distributors networks, but currently we're the only distributor in the U.S.
Right.
And so then if you then establish your distributorship, then you can have some type of restrictions if you become a distributor.
right, so you can be the only one in that
You
area.
can be the first one in that
That's what I was getting at.
area, and then if you establish that district, then you can start defining
You can lock down your grid. Yep. And that gives you the leverage. That gives you the leverage. What is this? Thank y'all for joining. Um, so tell me about Arrow Token.
So what we've seen is Facebook's taking all the money, right?
Right.
YouTube's paying out some money. They claim it's 50%, but there's no evidence, right? We don't know how much they're really paying. So we want to pay a percentage higher than Facebook. It works very similar to Facebook and YouTube that we have advertisers coming in, so we're paying that percentages out to influencers. Arrow Social is then a token that pays out to our users as well as our influencers. So you can earn up to 75% to our influencers, and then we're paying it through our token, and then we've just building our network as we go with our strong community, focusing on our community and growing that members as we go out. Right? So you can go to arrow.io and download the data through our product. So here's our
Y'all take a screenshot of that.
screenshot of that, or go to arrow.io and
Right
download it.
there, and see if you all over here. I don't know if that'll show up. But I'm gonna go ahead and do this while we're in here. I'm able to. I forget that I'm able to do this. First of all, bam, if you want to get a t-shirt, $30. Email your size and your desired color to chrismillershow.com, sales@chrismillershow.com. Obviously, here's all the places you can find us. And there's a link, arrow.io, right?
Sweet. Yeah.
It's all in there. Um, I do want to talk about guns because we're at a gun show.
There we go.
Talking about the pew pews. I don't know how you can say it. I don't know because there's so many buzzwords and things that you have to not say or ways you can say stuff. But we're gonna go into pew pew life for a little bit. So let me see if I can move this a little closer because I'm so beautifully melanated. Okay, so how do I find the right gun for my needs?
There you go. Have a good one.
All right, you too,
You
buddy.
need anything?
No, I'm good. You all right?
I'll be back in a second.
Okay, you do your thing. All right. So you got me. Plug this up. So how do I find the right gun for my needs? Well, you know what you could do while you're walking around?
No, what do you want to do?
Take this sign-up sheet and tell people what we're doing. It's $50 a spot.
What's the Chris Miller show?
Indeed,
Are you Chris Miller?
I am Chris Miller.
Okay. Are you on YouTube?
I'm on YouTube, actually under Green Genius Landscaping. But Facebook,
Yeah.
you on Facebook?
Yeah.
So look up the Chris Miller Show on Facebook.
Okay.
You'll find me there. We're actually live streaming right now.
What is your show's theme?
We're conservative politics. We're a conservative political podcast.
Oh.
We talk about all things conservative. We talk about how conservatism will save the world, equally applied, correctly applied.
I started a group on Facebook called Christian Politics,
Okay.
and it's not liberal.
Oh yeah, I bet. I could.
We try to derive biblical principles and so forth for
Okay.
politics.
You know what? You want to talk about it for a little bit?
I'm sorry?
We're actually selling our shirts for $25. They're dry fit.
These are conservative cocktails.
We need you guys.
Arrow social.
So we're a social network. Oh, really?
Are you on? Oh, you are on the network.
We are. And so we actually saw that Facebook was taking all of our.
So Mark Zuckerberg let you guys in on Facebook.
Well,
Oh yeah,
they
Mark
also
Zuckerberg
took us out.
he don't know me.
Constantly getting thrown in their jail.
Yeah, of course.
Mark
They
Zuckerberg
block
does not
our-
own me.
They block having our content like that.
Yes.
So Facebook doesn't pay you nothing.
No, they don't.
YouTube pays a little bit. But we don't
Okay.
know how much.
So let's talk about
So we
this.
wanna pull out
When looking
more
for a gun,
percentages.
when looking for a gun or a firearm, it is
We also have
important
a
to consider what you be using it for.
So we wanna
Such as self-defense, target shooting. You should also consider the factors. You should also consider the factors such as the gun's caliber, the size, the weight, and it's also important to try out different types of guns. You know, you can go to a gun range, you can rent a gun, you can kind of figure out how what fits you, what's your preference. You can also you do that before you purchase. And it's find out what feels comfortable to you and find out what you can handle safely. That's the important thing. It's also important to be familiar with the laws and regulations in your state. Because things are different. You need to know what your rights are concerning gun ownership. I recommend consulting with a professional firearms instructor or a licensed gun dealer for guidance on selecting the right gun that's for you. That's very important. Let's do something real quick.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining, Roadrunner.
No, we don't.
Our
we
bulk
don't
ammo
do that.
distributor. Yes,
But we do
they are.
stuff.
They do have a lot of ammo here. Tons of ammo. Pick this thing back up. They got tons of ammo here. They have all types of guns, all types of weapons. It's not just guns. They have knives. They have purses. Um,
They have the self-defense
yeah,
keychain.
right. They have self-defense keychains. They have a lady over here with a freaking taser going off. Yeah, a flashlight taser going off. Yeah, she's like going off. They have everything here, anything you can possibly think of, and yeah, it's this place is literally for everybody, man.
Well, that's. Oh,
I thought I already gave you a taser. I did.
You said
Well, yes. I'm going to get you a taser. Yeah, I thought I gave. I know I gave. Wait, I gave it to Mom and Kamari. Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna get my sister. Actually, we all need to get. We all need to get personal protection firearms. I have one, as you can see. Hold on. Let me go ahead. Beauty of a. This is Texas. Bam.
I want to go to a shooting range first. Like,
Well, yeah. Definitely. I just got Grayson a 22 Savage rifle, and yeah, he's a dead. Well, not hunting varmint, but something to get him acclimated to shooting. So yeah, and he loves it. He's loving it. We're gonna go out to the range more often, but yeah, he's loving it. Let me see something. I want to ask. I want to see this real quick. Some advanced firearms. Okay. So I also want to talk about advanced firearms. So there's a lot of new ones in the market. You know, semi-automatic rifles, obviously that's the go-to. These rifles can fire one bullet with each pull of the trigger. They're commonly used for hunting, target shooting, self-defense. You got your bolt action, you got your revolvers, you got the handguns, semi-automatic handguns, assault rifles. Which that word, assault rifles, it's not really a word. It's not a thing really. I mean, it's not really a thing. Let's just say that. So, the sniper rifles and machine guns, but assault rifles, not a thing. All rifles are assault rifles. Anything that you can use to harm or a thing is used for the assault. But yeah. So I want to hear from y'all. Hey, if y'all are on, go ahead and share the stream to anybody that you know because it's awesome. We're gonna get our viewership up. I had a poll or something that I'm gonna put up.
Here, movie star.
My movies, not yet, not yet. We're getting there. How you doing?
What are you, radio host?
Yeah, yes sir. Chris Miller Show. It's me. I was on 9:30 a.m. The Answer for a while. I was on 9:30 a.m. The Answer for about a year and a half. Yeah, it's down in San Antonio.
I'm on LBJ. Honestly, glad
Yeah. So now I do live online broadcasting. I'm on chrismillershow.com, or you can go on to Facebook and look at the Chris Miller Show, and you can find me there. So all right, we're selling T-shirts over there.
more information about the era.
Right.
So you're 9:30 a.m.
Yeah, I'm not on 9:30 a.m. The Answer anymore. I'm doing it on Facebook. I'm doing live on Facebook and YouTube, Twitch.
YouTube?
Yes, sir.
I watch it all.
Okay.
That's
Good.
all you watch it every day.
Yeah, you can find anything on there, right?
You know what's been the coolest thing I found on there? It's these people that go out and look at these old abandoned mines in California, Nevada, and Colorado.
Yeah. They can find like the old Western stuff. It's crazy, right? I actually saw a guy that he found he found like a bunch of old tins. He was uncovering stuff from what it used to be an old brothel, but he found obviously found a bunch of buttons. And stuff. Where is it?
Yeah,
But they used to insulate. They used to insulate their houses with denim. How crazy is that?
Really?
Yeah. He found a bunch of old denim, and that's what they used to insulate their houses.
Yeah, these guys go down, and some of them go down
In the mines. That's crazy.
Uh,
That's out of my purview right there.
I'm not afraid of too much.
Right? I'm not going down. You don't know what the heck's down there.
Well,
Indeed.
one guy's in this cave, there's just all this water
Uh-huh.
dripping down. I'm thinking, wait a minute, maybe there's an offer for a road.
Yeah, there's a lot of surface water here.
Making noises.
And it's going to come down on him.
I'll look you up on
All right. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's a good idea. How's it going, brother? Indeed. You shopping or what?
Oh yeah,
What you got?
1,000 rounds of 9mm.
Oh yeah, hey man. You want to take a seat? Tell us about what you're saying.
Oh no, I gotta keep this ugly mug off camera, but I
Oh,
appreciate it.
all right, brother.
I appreciate it.
Let's see. Hey, Kayla, how you doing? How do I? A lot of people. Add a live goal. I don't know how I chat with people.
What, like read the comments?
I can see the comments, but I don't know how I chat with people.
Like respond to the comments?
Yeah.
That's not it?
No.
I guess you would just have to say it out loud.
I guess. It is what it is.
This is a friendly reminder, no alcoholic beverages inside the room. Remember, no alcoholic beverages inside the room. If y'all need an ATM, there is one here.
Yeah, this is on TikTok.
So if you want to respond, I can type it.
Okay. Word. Alright. Let me see something. Oh, you know what? I just realized I can share. Share now. Share feed. So, what is happening? Okay. So the beauty of all this is that we have about, I don't know if y'all can't see this, but we have about 500 vendors here. I'm gonna try to turn this around. We got about 500 vendors here in the old San Marcos Convention Center, and it is jumping in here. They have some amazing deals, amazing people, some great items for sale, and y'all need to get your butt down here. Sure. Here. Let's talk 2A. You know what? There's something I did want to talk about. You can take that down. I don't know if y'all know about this.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
You're fine. I don't know if I know about this, but a gentleman told me earlier, and I'm gonna look this up. A gentleman told me earlier about ATF stabilizing race. A stabilizing brace is an accessory that attaches to a firearm, typically a pistol, to provide additional support and stability when firing the weapon. The use of stabilizing brace has become popular as a way to legally convert a pistol to a short barrel rifle without the need for a tag stamp and additional paperwork provided by the ATF. In the past, ATF has issued guidance that is stating that attaching a stabilizing brace to a pistol and using it as a shoulder stock would be considering it an SBR, which is a violation of federal law. However, in recent years, the ATF has issued guidance stating that using a stabilizing brace in the matter is not considered a violation, as long as the user does not intend, to use the brace as a shoulder stock and the firearm is not modified to fire while the brace is being used as a shoulder stock. It's important to note that the law and regulations regarding the use of stabilizing braces and SBRs can change, and it is the responsibility of the individual to stay informed and comply with all applicable laws and regulations. And it is also important to consult firearms attorney or the ATF directly if you have any questions or concerns regarding use of your stabilizing brace or other firearms related issues. Now, what I've seen is that they are actually they're trying to take that away. What I've heard is that they're in the talks in the works for them to get rid of this altogether and make it illegal. They're trying to take away the SBR and the stabilizing brace. So, at your congressman, you need to talk to somebody about not letting this go through because it's very important. It's very important that we protect our rights and our freedoms, especially the right to bear arms, however the heck we want to. Got it? That's easy. So, you don't need a license to carry anymore. Texas is an open carry state. But you can get a concealed carry license. I'm sure there's somebody around here. You know what? You should go find that person. Just go find somebody. Go look for a concealed carry license purveyor. They're in here somewhere. I don't know. Let me see that. Do I need this?
Check, check. If I can have everybody's attention real quick. Obviously, the show is a great success. I need y'all to go and tell everybody next weekend is the only gun show left in San Antonio. So if you happen to be down in that area, there's a gun show next weekend. Also, for Shrine Auditorium on 1604.
Shrine Auditorium on 1604 next weekend. It's the only gun show left in San Antonio. My buddy Darwin Bodecker actually is the purveyor of this establishment, and he told me to let y'all know that you go to the Al Zafar Shriner, the Shriner.
Also, a gentleman left his ID up at the very front table at Gun Boss.
There'll be a gun
So
show
that's
next
your
week.
ID. So come back and pick it up.
You stroll around the show. Oh, that's a good idea. Can you stroll around the show with your camera and show the tattoos about what it is? That's a good idea. I wonder how I can do that with. Let's try that. Let's see.
You having lunch, Case?
Huh?
You having lunch?
I don't know, man. I'm going to try and walk around the site and just got a good. Let me see how this works. Because I take my computer with me. I'm actually live from on my computer. tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to have an idea. Thank you for telling me that, because that's a good idea. What I'm going to do on this stream, how do I translate this to? Oh, you know what I can do? Hold on. Oh my gosh, that's my mind is working now. Let's do this. I'm going to invite myself to the stream. Send this to this. Put it in my notes. Hey,
I don't know how to look.
go sell me some shirts. Sell some shirts. Sell some merch. Okay.
Sonic.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do. This is gonna be awesome. So I'm about to do something real cool for y'all. Check this out. Safari. Everybody uses Safari. Sheesh. You know what? I can carry it around like this. Nope, I can't carry it around like that because I would need something to. Okay. Wait a minute.
I guess I get to lay a personal here.
Are you live right now?
Yeah.
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 You're still live.
Yeah. I should see you. Come on up. Access stream. Come on. Let's see if this works. It's a different device. Wow. Interesting. There it is. Wait a minute. Okay. Now, yeah, I can go around. Is it still doing the thing? Still doing
No,
the
you
feedback?
can't.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. So what we got in here? Camera. That camera. There we go. All right. Okay. Now you can see everybody that's in here.
Like right in the center.
Who's that? Who's Patrick? How y'all doing today? Doing very good.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm always gonna get better every day. Sorry, semi-automatic bullpup shotgun, 12 gauge. Look at that. That's legit. That's legit. It's got a Picatinny rail. Look at that. Yeah. This will put them down. This will put them down. Look at that. That's awesome. It's only $450. Looks like.
Actually got two of them. I ordered one for a guy that backed out. They're trying to get my money back.
Really?
That's not much more than my cost and shit.
Yeah. We might talk about that. Also, by the way, my name's Chris Miller.
Kendall Smith.
Pleasure to meet you. I'm with Put that on the chat, brother. We need that. Thank you. Bill Baker, the ammo maker. You spoke with these people here? We spoke with them. What's up, brother? Pretty good. Did I lose audio? No, I muted it. I didn't lose audio. Okay. Look at all this. Look at this. How you doing? Hey, excuse me. I know you.
I know you too. But you know
Yeah,
good.
Yeah. How you been?
I've got the gun shop there on.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. How you been? I was just talking about you the other day. I was so hold on. Get you on the live stream. So what we're doing actually. That's awesome. I just saw one of my brothers here. All this. I get anybody any free advertisement, but look at these daggum guns. Look at this. Wow. How's it going, brother? I'm good. Chris Miller Show. So we're actually back here doing a live stream. I've had 15 other sponsors already. I mean, other vendors come by.
What's the latest thing you got?
I would say about 3:30. I'll probably be here till 4, but I don't want to say 4 and then we pack up and leave in $50. Yep.
It's going to be on the internet for a while.
Oh yeah, I mean, and we'll send you a link. You can send it to whoever, but it'll be on my deal for at least 30 days on my deal. But it'll also be on my Twitch. It'll be on my YouTube. It'll be everywhere. Yeah, yeah. And the Arrow Social actually has its own TV station, so it's going to be broadcasting on there, and they have over 100,000 people on their deal. So okay, try to get there before. Do you want to lock in a spot? Because if you lock in a spot, then I'll make sure to stay here till 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll stay.
That's, you can buy those there to put them on your, dress them up.
I can't have that.
Have what?
That video. lined up?
No, I don't.
You're good.
But I want to.
Did they pay you?
Yeah, the people that came, they paid me already. I do have one lined up. A little bit later at 4, actually.
That's all you reckon?
So I think I'm gonna be here till 4. Dropped out. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I figured out something that I can do in the meantime.
If they paid you, you're good.
In,
Mission accomplished.
right? Some layout. Share screen. What you got going on over there? What's
Oh,
happening?
this is just a light out of
Oh. Share screen. This. Side.
Once Derek gets here, it's going to be a whole new world.
Right? Hey, I need him to get here in like.
Well, he asked me where to park, so I'm assuming
Is he
he's
close?
getting close. You never know with him.
Now, yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go find some more vendors that want to talk about their product. But I'm also, in the meantime, and thank you, Roadrunner. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, everyone. Who's that? Eric Shea. Thank you. I'm going to play some videos for y'all. I'm gonna play some videos for y'all while I'm doing that, so that y'all can be entertained. Entertained. All right, that was weird. Hold on. Can you angle this down a little bit? Will it go down? I'm just pulling on stuff. I don't know what it is. Oh, that's a little bit better. Maybe I need to move
you have to be
closer.
right in the light.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Maybe it'll work better if it's over here. Better if it's over here. Okay. So I'm gonna play some videos for y'all because I'm gonna do some stuff that's very important to the cause. Share screen. Before I do that, I need to do this. This. And 2 ways. Is it still black? It shouldn't be. I can see myself.
That's not showing
Oh
up
my
as a black
gosh.
one.
That's that.
It was holding on to the button.
Yeah, it's all over the button. It's like, wait a minute.
Wait, are you on live right now too? Like on your
Here?
phone and oh,
Maybe, hold on.
because for mine it's not blacked out. YouTube.
You on YouTube? Is it on Green Genius?
It's the Christopher Miller.
But is it, that's YouTube?
Yeah.
That's crazy. How did you get to the YouTube? Like,
I searched up Chris Miller show.
Well.
And I guess it's live right now. It says live at the Texas Gun Show.
Nice. Nice. I can't figure out what videos I should play on here because I want to play stuff on Second Amendment, but that's cool. Let's go here to the right screen and to the. Okay, that's perfect. Okay. Now. Check this out. Actually, tell me if you can hear this. You can hear this on the stream. You hear now? No?
I have to change the audio back to the key.
You can hear it a little bit.
Audio. Well, now. Well, now.
Like coming from
What?
you hearing noise from the microphone, but is there a way you can switch the audio?
Weird.
It's SDCO, right?
FBC for what?
For your talk.
Oh yeah. do this.
Like cut it. Feel that you should play the audio live.
It's not. The mic is from the live show. Why is that not even playing?
Maybe try this.
Same one. Yeah.
Maybe put your audio. Use the
On.
microphone.
359 cents.
Maybe present.
I'm going to do this. Tourist Here we go. So I'm gonna go to this guy. This is where we're at. I'm gonna play this.
The reason is not some type of weather or roof space. It's actually just because most people
I wonder.
To get paid to install the newest solar technology. People just assume they have to spend thousands of dollars to buy solar panels and thousands more to get technicians to install them.
Okay.
But the truth is, you can actually get the newest generation of solar panels and battery backup installed without a
with this weapon. Why did I choose the gun as my instrument? Today, I want to tell you why. Today, I want to tell you why I chose the gun to create a better world. And I want to tell you how this can help. My story starts in the city of Nijmegen, in the east of the Netherlands. The city where I was born.
So now,
my father was a hard-working baker. But when he had finished work in the bakery, he often told me and my brother stories. And most of the time, he told me this story I'm going to share with you now. The story of what happened when he was a conscript soldier in the Dutch armed forces at the beginning of the Second World War. The Nazis invaded the Netherlands. Their grim plans were evident. They meant to rule by means of repression. Diplomacy had failed to stop the Germans. Only brute force remained. It was our last resort. My father was there to provide it. As the son of a farmer who knew how to hunt, my father...
My name's Trip Kester. As you can see, I'm heated. I just want to personally, could you pull that mic up a little bit? Is that better? Okay. I just want
decisive moment in Dutch history. My father was positioned on the bank of the River Waal near the city of Nijmegen. He had a clear shot at the German soldiers who came to occupy a free country. His country, our country. He fired. Nothing happened. He fired again. No German soldier fell to the ground. My father had been given an old gun that could not even reach the opposite riverbank.
How many subscriptions are you paying for? Rocket Money finds sneaky or forgotten subscriptions and makes canceling them as easy as clicking a button. On average, Rocket Money users save over $720 a year. Here's how it works. Just open the app, go to the reoccurring tab, and here you can see all your reoccurring subscriptions. Tap.
Hitler's troops marched on, and there was nothing my father could do about it. Until the day my father died, he was frustrated about missing these shots. He could have done something. With an old gun, not even the best marksman in the armed forces could have hit the mark. So this story stays with me. Then in high school, I was gripped by the stories of the Allied soldiers. Soldiers who left the safety of their own homes and risked their lives to liberate a country and a people that they didn't know. They liberated my birth town. It was then that I decided I would take up the gun. Out of respect and gratitude for those men and women who came to liberate us. From the awareness that sometimes only the gun can stand between good and evil. And that is why I took up the gun. Not to shoot, not to kill, not to destroy, but to stop those who would do evil. To protect the vulnerable, to defend democratic values, to stand up for the freedom we have to talk here today in Amsterdam about how we can make the world a better place. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not stand here today to tell you about the glory of weapons. I do not like guns. And once you have been under fire yourself, it brings home even more clearly that a gun is not some macho instrument to brag about. I stand here today to tell you about the use of the gun as an instrument of peace and stability. The gun may be one of the most important instruments of peace and stability that we have in this world. Now, this may sound contradictory to you, but not only have I seen with my own eyes during my deployments in the Lebanon, Sarajevo, and as the Netherlands Chief of Defense. This is also supported by cold, hard statistics. Violence has declined dramatically over the last 500 years. Despite the pictures we are shown daily in the news, wars between developed countries are no longer commonplace. The murder rate in Europe has dropped by a factor of 30 since the Middle Ages. And occurrences of civil war and repression have declined since the end of the Cold War. Statistics show that we are living in a relatively peaceful era. Why? Why has violence decreased? Has the human mind changed? Well, we were talking on the human mind this morning. Did we simply lose our beastly impulses for revenge, for violent rituals, for pure rage? Or is there something else? In his latest book, Harvard professor Steven Pinker and many other thinkers before him concludes that one of the main drivers behind less violent societies is the spread of the constitutional state. And the introduction on a large scale of the state monopoly on the legitimized use of violence, legitimized by a democratically elected government, legitimized by checks and balances and an independent judicial system. In other words, a state monopoly that has the use of violence well under control. Such a state monopoly on violence, first of all, serves as a reassurance. It removes the incentive for an arms race between potentially hostile groups in our societies. Secondly, the presence of penalties that outweigh the benefits of using violence tips the balance even further. Abstaining from violence becomes more profitable than starting a war. Now, non-violence starts to work like a flywheel. It enhances peace even further. Where there is no conflict, trade flourishes. And trade is not an important incentive against violence. With trade, there's mutual interdependency and mutual gain between parties. And when there is mutual gain, both sides stand to lose more than they would gain if they started a war. War is simply no longer the best option. And that is why violence has decreased.
This is what your dishwasher looks like after 1 year.
It's a colony of billions of mold and bacteria living deep inside your dishwasher that not only make your dishes cloudy and dirty, but can cause serious health issues if left untreated. The only solution was to disassemble your washer. Soak it in bleach and hand clean every nook and cranny, which can take hours. It wasn't until 2021 that scientists developed a solution. It's a patented formula that deep cleans your washing machine at a microscopic level. Just place one tablet in an empty dishwasher and run it on a normal cycle. Each tablet expands to create 3 gallons of all-natural antibacterial foam that deep cleans at a Ladies and gentlemen, is the rationale behind the existence of my armed forces. The armed forces implement the state monopoly on violence. We do this in a legitimized way only after our democracy has asked us to do so. It is this legitimate, controlled use of the gun that has contributed greatly to reducing the statistics of war, conflict, and violence around the globe. It is this participation in peacekeeping missions that has led to the resolution of many civil wars. My soldiers use the gun as an instrument of peace. And this is exactly why failed states are so dangerous. Failed states have no legitimized, democratically controlled use of force. Failed states do not know of the gun as an instrument of peace and stability. That is why failed states can drag down a whole region into chaos and conflict. That is why spreading the concept of the constitutional state is such an important aspect of our foreign missions. That is why we are trying to build a judicial system right now in Afghanistan. That is why we train police officers, we train judges, we train public prosecutors around the world. And that is why, and in the Netherlands we are very unique in that, that is why the Dutch Constitution states that one of the main tasks of the armed forces is to uphold and promote the international rule of law. Ladies and gentlemen, looking at this gun, we are confronted with the ugly side of the human mind. Every day, I hope that politicians, diplomats, development workers can turn conflict into peace and threat into hope. And I hope that one day armies can be disbanded and humans will find a way of living together without violence and oppression. But until that day comes, we will have to make ideals and human failure meet somewhere in the middle. Until that day comes, I stand for my father, who tried to shoot the Nazis with that old gun. I stand for my men and women who are prepared to risk their lives for a less violent world for all of us. I stand for this soldier who suffered partial hearing loss and sustained permanent injuries to her leg when she was hit by a rocket on her mission in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, until the day comes when we can do away with the gun, I hope we all agree that peace and stability do not come free of charge. It takes hard work, often behind the scenes. It takes good equipment and well-trained, dedicated soldiers. I hope you will support the efforts of our armed forces to train soldiers like this young captain and provide her with a good gun instead of the bad gun my father was given. I hope you will support our soldiers when they are out there, when they come home, and when they are injured and need our care. They put their lives on the line for us, for you, and we cannot let them down. I hope you will respect my soldiers, this soldier with this gun, because she wants a better world, because she makes an active contribution to a better world, just like all of us here today. Thank you very much.
The USCCA is the premier self-defense education and training company for anyone who wants to keep themselves and their loved ones safe. We have over 589,000 members. And even though the USCCA was started over 17 years ago, it was exactly 10 years ago in the month of June 2011 that we launched a new benefit called the Self-Defense Shield. Back when we launched Self-Defense Shield, it was to solve the problem of if you've done everything right, you followed the laws and avoided having to press that trigger to the best of your ability, but ultimately you were forced to shoot in self-defense, well then what next? Look, we've seen it happen hundreds of times, and the justice system is complex, especially when guns are involved. What's amazing is that over the last 10 years, every single USCCA benefit has been completely transformed. Today, USCCA membership is at least 10 times better and 10 times more valuable than it was back then. We now have hundreds of training videos, life-saving education, and world-class member experience. Plus, the 24/7 critical response team is standing by to help you navigate the confusing aftermath of a self-defense incident. After surveying our members, we've learned that over 137,000 lives have been saved because of the training and education inside USCCA membership. So join over 589,000 members with a 100% risk-free USCCA membership today. You have absolutely nothing to lose thanks to the USCCA 365-day money-back bulletproof guarantee. You can start training immediately. You can start hardening your home against break-ins immediately. You can start improving your accuracy immediately. You can learn how to engage.
What you're about to watch is Joe Biden get into a heated exchange with the Detroit auto worker about his stance on the Second Amendment, after the auto worker tells Joe that he's actively trying to diminish our Second Amendment right and take away our guns.
You are actively trying to diminish your Second Amendment right and take away our guns. Now, shush. I support the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is just like right now, video fire, that's not free speech. Very beginning, I had a shotgun, I had 20 days, 12 days, my son's here, guess what? I'm not allowed to own it anyway. I'm not taking the gun away at all. You need 100 rounds to do it. I did not say that. I did not say that. It's a viral video like the other ones that put out, but they say they're lying. Oh, boys. Oh, we disqualified it. Wait. Check the AR-14s. This is not okay. Hey, let's get this. There's a lot of guys. Want it. I'm not working.
So much.
There's a lot of Where's the deal? Are you able to own a machine gun? So they're able to own machine guns? That's right. So AR-15s are legal. How is that in a machine gun? Well, it's not. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's 200 rounds in American handguns are what you call assault rifles. Why are you advocating for assault rifles and you don't like handguns?
You see, Biden forgets we live in a digital age, and receipts are incredibly easy to come by. So when you say things like this,
So to gun owners out there who say, well, a Biden administration means they're going to come for my guns. Zero. You're right if you have an assault weapon. The fact of the matter is they should be illegal, period.
Or you blatantly say shit like this.
Eliminate assault weapons.
It's
illegal to be sold in the United States. Not to mention, Biden just told us that if he's elected, the same guy who said this, hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47, is going to be the guy that Biden appoints to lead the effort on gun control. I'm going to guarantee you this, and not last year seeing this guy, you're going to take care of the gun problem with me. You're going to be the one who leads this effort. I'm counting on you. I'm counting on you. We need you badly. The state needs you. The country needs you. You're the best. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The only person who is full of shit is Biden. Biden saying he supports the Second Amendment because he's okay with shotguns is like saying segregated busing is separate but equal.
This is the same Joe Biden who began his career working with Jesse Helms, a segregationist.
They're going to put you all back in chains.
This is the same Joe Biden who thought he could political Jedi mind trick the country into believing that segregated schools were a good thing because it helped make black kids more aware of their blackness when he said this.
I think the concept of busing, that we are going to integrate people so that they all have the same access and they learn to grow up with one another and all the rest, is a rejection of the whole movement of black pride.
Biden does not support the Second Amendment. What Biden supports are the thugs of America. A thug is a person who thinks it's still the 1950s and thinks the only reason anyone should have a gun is for shotgun sports and hunting, neither of which has anything to do with the Second Amendment. Thugs are usually borderline senile and stuck in the 1950s, and as a result, hate semi-automatic handguns and rifles much the same way they hate the internet and anything digital.
You don't need an AR-15. It's harder to aim, it's harder to use, and in fact, you don't need 30 rounds to protect yourself. Buy a shotgun. Buy a shotgun.
So when Biden says he supports the Second Amendment, what he's really saying is, y'all can have all the useless sporting shotguns y'all want, but the only people who should have guns that can be used to fight the government are the people we, the government, have under our control, which is, you guessed it, the military.
Recent events illustrate again and with chilling vividness the tragedy that results from the wide and easy availability of guns with firepower that overwhelms our police.
The same standing army our founding fathers feared and wanted to guard against in the event the government became tyrannical. Hence, the Second Amendment. Not hunting, not sports, but tyrannical governments. Biden doesn't want to ban the AR-15 because it will save lives. He wants to ban them because he doesn't want them in the hands of people he and the government can't control, which would be you and I. And the absolute last thing they want is a veteran who was once under their control as a soldier, now free as a civilian with a gun remotely similar to the one they gave them when they were under their control. And we're not even talking about the same gun. Again, at the end of the day, it is not about saving lives, it is about controlling lives. Oh, and can we stop with the false equivalent of comparing not being able to yell fire to the banning of the most popular rifle in America? If you yell fire in a crowded movie theater and there's no fire, you go to jail. When you use an AR-15 to murder someone, you go to jail. The First Amendment equivalent of banning AR-15s would be putting a muzzle on everyone going into the movie theater so that they can't talk at all in order to prevent someone from yelling fire when there's no fire. However, the law doesn't say you can never yell fire when there's actually a fire, but if you physically muzzle people from speaking, they can't yell fire when there's actually a fire. The same way the American people can't fully exercise the Second Amendment rights when you ban the most popular rifle in the country. Joe Biden has demonstrated on countless occasions that his memory is slipping something serious. Not to mention him just not knowing what he's talking about half the time, mumbling his way through unintelligible soliloquies of fragmented thoughts. There's no such thing as an AR-14. Now, I get it. Clearly, he was talking about an AR-15. But come on, man. You're talking about banning these things, and you can't even get the name correct? Not to mention, in response to someone claiming he wants to take away our guns, he says, only the AR-14? That's still taking away our guns. The AR-15 is the most popular semi-automatic rifle in the country. That's like saying, I'm not banning your First Amendment right. You just can't use the internet to exercise it. Then they have the audacity to say that it's false news when I say Biden is going to take your guns. Unless the definition of ban has changed in the last 20 years, banning the sale and ownership of AR-15s is literally taking my guns. Do you think we're stupid? He literally says this in interviews. So to gun owners out there who say, well, a Biden administration means they're going to come for my guns. Zero. You're right if you have an assault weapon. The days of letting these politicians get away with soft words so as to fool the masses that their intent is not to restrict the Second Amendment into oblivion are over. It's time for people to wake up. Right now, there's a culture war against the Second Amendment, which is why I need your help spreading our message to counter their message. You can do this by leaving a comment, sharing this video, and click the bell and subscribe button. Let my voice be your voice, and let them know you want to keep America tactical. Because the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed wasn't a suggestion, it was a directive. Also, if you're wondering where to get your I will not comply, I lost all of my guns in a boating accident, the AR-15 is protected by the Second Amendment, and your state-specific Keep America tactical shirts, click the links in the description section of this video.
Don't buy solar panels. Seriously, there is a very good reason why we're saying this. If you're thinking about buying solar panels, don't. The U.S. government will literally buy them for you if you take 60 seconds to answer a few questions below. Hi there. If you are a homeowner in America, and you wouldn't mind saving a couple $1,000s on your electricity bill this year, then you're really going to love what the U.S. government has just announced. You see, a few days...
My name's Trip Kester. As you can see, I'm here. I just want to personally, could you pull that mic up a little bit? Is that better? Okay. I just want to personally and publicly go on record supporting this resolution before us this evening. You know, guys, it's simple, like a lot of them have said. The Constitution needs no explanation. It's been enforced for several hundred years now. It's easy to understand. It says what it means and means what it says. And the last time I read the Declaration of Independence, it specifically reminds all of us that we're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, which means God-given. Among these, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And that governments were instituted among men specifically to secure our God-given rights. And it says when government becomes destructive to these ends, meaning when they go above and beyond trying to secure our liberties and trying to take them, it's the right of the people to alter or abolish that government, either by voting or ultimately, God forbid, to use our Second Amendment rights to protect ourselves from tyranny. And I'm just asking all of y'all to unanimously join our sister counties of Wilkes, Surrey, Stokes, Lincoln, and Cherokee and get on board with this thing and publicly demonstrate to us that you're willing to uphold and honor the same oath I took when I put my hand on God's word and held my other hand up to him and swore that I'd give my life to defend that Constitution. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but regardless of what y'all do or don't do, I'm not going to enforce an unconstitutional law. I'm going to protect the people of this county regardless of what's done here. So I'm just praying. I've been praying about this thing all week, that God would touch y'all's heart and say, hey, let's get on board. Let's do the right thing. Let's let these people know that we're here to support them, and we're not going to allocate any personnel, finances, resources, or facilities to infringe on their liberties. Thank you.
Right now, there's a culture war against the Second Amendment, which is why I need your help spreading our message to counter their message. You can do this by leaving a comment, sharing this video, and click the bell and subscribe button. Let my voice be your voice, and let them know you want to keep America tactical. Because the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed wasn't a suggestion, it was a directive. Also, if you're wondering where to purchase your state-specific Keep America Tactical shirt, click the link under the Keep America Tactical in the description section of this video.
We did it, Rover! Why do you get the armrest? Why shouldn't I? If you're on a flight, you need to share the armrest. And if you want to save by bundling home and car insurance, you need Geico.
I didn't get peanuts. Oh well. I've heard a whole lot of people in here talking tonight about this group and that group, domestic violence, blacks, these minorities and that minority. What I want to know is, when are you all going to start standing up for the majority? And here's who the majority is. I'm the majority. I'm a law-abiding citizen who's never shot anybody, never committed a serious crime, never committed a felony. I've never done anything like that. But it seems like every time we have one of these shootings, nobody wants to put the blame where it goes, which is at the shooter's feet. You want to put it at my feet. You want to turn around and restrict my right, constitutional right that's spelled out in black and white. You want to restrict my right to buy a firearm and protect myself from some of the very people you're talking about in here tonight. It's ridiculous. I don't think Rod Serling could come up with a better script. It does not make any sense. The law-abiding citizens of this community and many communities around this country, we're the first ones taxed and the last ones considered and the first ones punished when things like this happens, because our rights are the ones that are being taken away. That's the reason why I came down here today. Gun show or no gun show, NRA or no NRA. I'm here to stand up for the law-abiding citizens of this community, because I'm going to tell you that what's going to happen. You can take the guns away from us all you want to. You all write a law, I follow the law, I'll bring my guns down here, I'll turn them in. But here's what's going to happen. The Crips and the Bloods on the other side of town, they're not going to turn their guns in. They're going to hold on to them. And what's going to happen when you have to send the police down there to go take them? The police can barely enforce the law as it is. As what I see, we demonize the police, criminalize and vilify the police, and we make the criminals into victims. And we're talking about restricting guns? How are you going to do that? How are you going to do that when the police department's already hamstrung? You're not going to be able to go down here and take these guns from these criminals. So the criminals are going to hold on to their guns. They're still going to have them. They're still going to break in my house, and they're still going to shoot me with them. And guess who's going to be the one that suffers? It's going to be me. Well, I'm here to tell you tonight, it is not going to happen without a fight. And when I say fight, I don't mean shots fired. I don't mean fist thrown. I mean, I'm going to come down here to this city council and raise hell just like these loonies from the left do until you listen to the majority of the people in this city. And I am the majority. The majority of the people in this city are law-abiding, and they follow the law, and they want their constitutional right to be able to bear arms. They want to be able to go to the gun show and buy a hunting rifle or sport rifle. There are no military-grade weapons sold at the gun show. An AR-15 is not a military-grade weapon. Anybody who would go into combat with an AR-15 is a fool. It's a semi-automatic 22 rifle. You'd be killed in 15 minutes in combat with that thing. So we need to dispel all these myths, and we need to drop all this division that we got going on here. Because the bottom line is, when that Second Amendment was written, whether the framers liked it or not, they wrote it for everybody. And I am everybody. And the law-abiding citizens of this city are everybody. And we want our rights, and we want to keep our rights. And by God, we're going to keep them, come hell or high water.
Please take a look at these images. Which person do you think is older? Well, I assume many of you guys think the answer is B. The truth is, one centimeter...
Was so proudly we.
It's starting.
At the twilight's gleam.
Now, let's get right down to business. For far too long, we have allowed the left, and I'm looking right into these cameras, and I'm talking directly to these cameras. We have allowed the left to be too loud and too proud with their lies. It is time for us to get loud and get proud with the truth. And the truth of the matter is this. My Father God in heaven endowed me with the inalienable right to arm myself with whatever I see fit to defend myself. And I will be damned if anybody will take that right away from me, whether it be George Soros, Hillary Clinton, or any other of these leftist clowns out here. My rights are going to stay in place. You can take my rights away from me like Charlton Heston said when you pry my gun from my cold dead hands. Then you'll have my dead body to bury, but you will not have my complicity and you will not have my rights. They'll still be with me. So we have got to get loud, folks. We have got to get proud.
We've got to stand up. We've got to do it with courage and conviction. I'm going to do what I have to do to make sure that the rights endowed to me by my Father God and guaranteed by our Constitution stay right here in place. So I want all of you all to join me in that mission. And I want all of you all to commit yourselves to this fight, because that's what it's going to take. It's going to take commitment. It's going to take courage. But thank God, November 8th, 2016, we got a president that's loud and proud and loves America and loves the Second Amendment and wants to see it in place. So to all those leftists out there, like it or not, we're here. We're staying here. You might as well get used to us because we're not going anywhere. And you can expect this noise from our side to get louder and louder because you're not taking our rights. They're staying right in place. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all your support. God bless America.
You feel so proud of yourself.
Howdy folks, I'm Sean and welcome to another episode of Ordnance Lab. Today, we're going to talk about the real holy hand grenade of Antioch, which I have right here. This is actually my personal fragmentation grenade that I got transferred over on an ATF Form 4. This video kind of stemmed from where, it didn't kind of stem from, it stemmed from, we shared this on our Texas Machine Gun and Ordnance page. There's some lawyer on nolo.com, that's a criminal defense lawyer that apparently didn't pay any attention in law school on how to like actually read regulations and figure stuff out. Of course, I'm no lawyer and none of this right here is legal advice, but they wrote on there, like, you can't own a hand grenade. And it's like, no, actually, I've got one right here that I own as an individual. Because remember that for me as a private citizen is different than the business that I may own I'm part of the owner of the business, but that is a separate legal entity from me, that where it has its own ability, it signs stuff, it does stuff, it only does it through, me as a natural living person or one of the other owners and folks that work with us, but it's a separate entity. I own this right here for me, Sean Lindley, private citizen. And so to start the story off, it's kind of funny that we're not going to be selling these right here to the general public just because the number of customers who are going to be able to buy one that have a federal explosives license and want to pay $200 each and then want to store it in a magazine for the rest of its life are very limited. And we also, how do we say this, don't want to get sued for Darwinian consequences of people doing dumb stuff. If you really want to make a hand grenade, you can go ahead and Form 1 it and make all the explosive ordnance that you want to your heart's content. But what I wanted to do as one of these things, because I can, is I wanted to own a fragmentation grenade on a Form 4. That's the tax-paid transfer to me as a private citizen that I own flat out as a private citizen. So what we did is we went over there, got one of our M67 grenade holes, took it over to Cody with Weapon Genetics, make sure you use them for all of your engraving, and we engraved it up here. Our other grenades are marked with paint, but that's because we have a variance for those specific models. This one right here, because I don't have any plans of destroying it, barring like zombie apocalypse or something like that, hey, we've got it marked up here with its engraven and registered it on an ATF Form 2, which is the thing for a manufacturer to register a destructive device, and then I submitted an ATF Form 4, the transfer paperwork. This right here was after the 41F. So submitted it and kicked back and waited. And this is the only time I've ever really had trouble with ATF. The local field office has always been 100% professional with us. The import folks have been really helpful. Same thing with the explosives folks. For some reason, like NFA branch at the time was just being unprofessional because the clear understanding of the law is that this is a destructive device. The fact that it is a fragmentation grenade does not matter. A destructive device is an NFA item. No different than any other thing. No different than a suppressor, machine gun, short barrel rifle, short barrel shotgun, AOW. These right here are bright line destructive devices that the ATF says a destructive device is legal so long as it is registered. A grenade is a destructive device if the grenade is registered it's going to be legal to own. And it's also controlled as explosives materials. Well, I also have a private explosives license that I have separate from the business that I own as a private citizen. Well, by that logic, if we have a destructive device and explosives that I am allowed to own under Texas law, that I can own a destructive device, and I can also own explosive materials. If I have an explosives license, I can receive it. There is no reason for them to deny it. Well, unfortunately, we went round and round and round because I think one of the supervisors there, for some reason, wanted to play stupid. And so we kept going around. They were like thinking of reasons to deny it. And so I just sat there and kept playing, like, no, show them right in the regulations and show them, like, no, here's where you transfer. And finally, they just quit answering my emails. It was kind of funny. They even said that, well, because I own the hand grenade as through the business, it's the same as though I have it as a private citizen, which turns everything that they've ever said on its head because, no, I'm a separate entity from my business. Them saying that because I have possession of it through the business, I also have possession of it through if I have a possession of it through the business, I also have possession of it through me as an individual. That right there gets rid of everything that they've said about, hey, you know, you have to have separate entities and all of this. It was just absolutely insane. So I told them, I'm like, look, I'm going to file an inspector general complaint about this. That, like, please don't make me file this inspector general complaint. This is going to be the stupidest inspector general complaint ever. And it was. So I wrote a 5-page inspector general complaint and filed it with them and was like, dear inspector general, I'm sorry to waste your time. I'll make sure to post a link to it where you can actually read if you want to waste that amount of time. And I also made sure that because it's obvious that they were treating me as a private individual differently than they were treating my business. I mean, how do we not know they weren't doing that for discriminatory reasons? I mean, we don't know that they're not discriminating against me as a disabled American. God, I hate using that term. But who's to know that someone wasn't doing illegal discriminatory behavior against me for that they thought disabled Americans shouldn't own a hand grenade? I mean, we have no other reason. They wouldn't answer any of my questions about why. So it would be best to make sure that there's no unlawful discriminatory behavior going on. So, of course, we contacted the Equal Opportunity Office also. Lo and behold, oh my God, the Form 4 came back approved very quickly. It was very nice that they just finally were like, oh, okay, yeah, let's go ahead and approve it like they should have done the whole time. So what it did, it came back just like any other NFA item. If you've got a suppressor or whatever from your dealer, the Form 4 comes back to your dealer with the approval on it. So what we did is we did a 4473, just like any other firearm for this. We also had to do the paperwork for me to transfer it as explosives. So I have a 4473 for the over-the-counter firearms form, and then the Form 4, which is my registration documentation for the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. And it literally is the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch is the name of it. So, anyways, that was one of those no kidding, there I was type of stories where we transferred a live fragmentation grenade to me as a private citizen, and we're able to do it. I own this legally, and so, again, this right here is, to me as a private citizen, I have to store it in a magazine and all of these things, but that was one of those no kidding, there I was. Did it myself, and then there's like lawyers on the internet who don't bother doing the research about, no, they get wrapped up that something is a bomb or whatever. Well, again, a bomb, pipe bomb, Molotov cocktail, nuclear weapon, intercontinental ballistic missile, all of that stuff, it may be all those things, but it's a destructive device. Bright line, hey, ATF says that you can have destructive devices as long as they're legal. So as long as you have whatever it is that you want to have and it's registered as a destructive device, it is legal for you to own under federal law, as long as you have your federal explosives license. And state and local laws could be different. So hopefully this video is interesting and entertaining. Again, this is the only time I've ever had trouble with the ATF. Everyone else has been professional and really helpful. One dude kind of has to ruin it all. And so again, I'll post my IG complaint, copy of that in the comments. And hopefully y'all enjoyed this video. We got some more stuff coming up. Make sure to subscribe and remember our Patreon account. None of this stuff happens for free. Also, if you're a company that needs explosive testing or anything like that, hit us up. We can do any type of explosives pretty much. Jake and I were talking about this over lunch, that we could theoretically make a nuke. We could make chemical weapons, things like that. We'd be good under the ATF, but if we were to make chemical weapons, the EPA wouldn't like it very much, and we'd also have to deal with the the Department of Energy if we were to start making nuclear weapons. So we're not going to be doing anything quite that crazy, but we could theoretically be.
Looking good, though. Looking good.
With the ATF if we went ahead and made a nuke or an ICBM or something like that. Anyways, enough rambling for now. We'll see y'all next time.
Thanks for watching. If you like this video, be sure to hit the like button. Hit subscribe if you want to see more, and stay tuned for another episode here at Ordnance Lab.
We had hundreds of people join the USCCA yesterday, so I'm here in our fulfillment center trying to help pack up some of the Carry Confidence kits. We want to get them out to these great people who made the commitment to protect themselves and their families. You see, when you join the USCCA, when you call in or click that join button on our website, two things happen. One, you get instant access to powerful self-defense resources. And two, we start packing up your very own Carry Confidence kit. We're going to ship it to you as soon as possible. What the heck's inside one of these? Well, let me show you. Your Carry Confidence kit includes your USCCA member ID card, complete with your member number, your membership level, and a step-by-step guide on the back that tells you exactly what you need to do if you are ever involved in a self-defense incident. I keep mine right in my wallet so that I make sure I have it at all times. So when you get yours, make sure it's always within arm's reach. Your kit will also include an explanation of how your USCCA member dashboard will work, along with an easy-to-understand walkthrough on how you can access all of the great resources that we have for you there. Now, I feel I need to make something super clear here. Your member dashboard is loaded with some of the...
We have long been committed to strengthening gun control in this country, including banning military-style assault weapons. There is no need in Canada. Long been committed to strengthening gun control in this country, including banning military-style assault weapons. There is no need in Canada for guns designed to kill the largest amount of people in the shortest amount of time.
And just like that, Justin Trudeau is banning guns and making us all safer. There's safety, there's security throughout the land. The Prime Minister has told us so. If you haven't heard the news yet, it was leaked out to Radio Canada, the French arm of CBC, a good liberal-friendly place for Trudeau to plant the news that gun control is on its way. Not through any normal means. They're not going to introduce a bill. They're not going to have a debate in Parliament. They're not going to have votes. No, there's just going to be an order in council, basically a cabinet decree that a certain number of rifles are banned in Canada, and therefore they will be made illegal. People that are current licensed legal gun owners will have to turn them in. Now, at his news conference on Thursday, the Prime Minister tried to make it sound like this was all about gun safety. In fact, he said he wants fewer guns to keep Canadians safe, except here is the problem. Whether we're talking about the tragedy that just recently happened in Nova Scotia, or we're talking about the gun crime that plagues city streets right across the country, the problem is not the rifles that Trudeau is going to ban. This is theater to try and make you think that something has been done, to make you feel as if the government is acting, and yet their actions will have no impact at all. There are about 83,000 AR-15s across the country. They've been legal in this country for decades, and yet there's no history of gun violence. Forget what you hear in the United States. In Canada, there's no history of violent crime being committed with an AR-15 in Canada. Doesn't exist. Yet that's the number one gun that they want to ban, to make you feel safe. To make you feel safe from the gangs that are using illegal smuggled guns to shoot up the streets, or the illegal guns that were used by the man behind the massacre in Nova Scotia. This is, as I called it, theater to make you feel safe, and yet it will do nothing. But it will cost you a pretty penny. The government had estimated it would be about $600 million for this operation to go through, to buy back the guns that they are effectively confiscating off of their current legal rightful owners.
$600 million, you know that will hit more than $1 billion. And yet, do you know what they're spending to fight back against gun crime, gun smuggling at the border? $86 million over 5 years. The number one source of crime guns in Canada gets $86 million over 4 years. And yet Trudeau is going to spend $600 million to buy back guns that aren't part of the crime problem. It doesn't make sense unless you know that he's using a current crisis with COVID-19 and your tax dollars to push his own political agenda. But mark my words, it will not improve the safety on our streets. Here, Navy SEALs, 3 rules for surviving a real assault. Rule number 1, always fight dirty. Hey everybody, welcome. Active self-protection extra. You have heard here on the channel, we have had criminal defense attorneys on the channel who have said, never say anything to the cops. Now, of course, Masada Youb is a national expert. I'm here at Deadly Force instructor class this week, and you disagree with that, and I want to give him a chance to explain why. After thorough testing, I recently changed my everyday OC spray to Palm Personal Defense Spray. It's nasty stuff, and I recommend it highly. So, Mas, you teach a 5-pronged statement, a short statement instead, whereas we've had attorneys on the channel who are like, no, don't say a word. Don't ever say anything. Just invoke your right to counsel and let them do their job. Why do you think it's a bad idea to just completely invoke the right to silence?
Well, you remember when your little mommy told you you only have one chance to make a first impression? Mm-hmm. That's true of the responding officers and investigating officers at a shooting scene as well. Now, their training and for most of them, most of their experience has been when they get to a scene where one person's horizontal in a puddle of blood and the other is standing there with a smoking gun on him somewhere. Generally, whoever's horizontal turned out to be the victim. Mm. Whoever put him horizontal turns out to be the perpetrator. So here's your first impression, and that's not good. Maybe the dead guy's, dying guy's last words are, that Korea guy, he shot me for nothing. Mm. Hopefully not. Okay. Yeah. Whoever makes the history of the criminal justice system is geared on the assumption that whoever makes the complaint is the victim complainant. Whoever does not get their side up front automatically by default becomes the perpetrator. Right. Now it gets worse. All his experience has been that when he's got a genuine victim, says, buddy, what happened here? They say, that SOB did this awful thing and I'll testify against him in court. And every perpetrator they get, they say, buddy, I'm willing to hear your side. They say, I ain't telling you nothing until my mouthpiece gets here. Now they're on the scene. He's horizontal, even though he's the perpetrator, doing a very convincing imitation of a victim. You're vertical. He's managed, or one of his friends has ordered that evil man in the black shirt with the Mantis logo shot my friend for nothing out of savage bloodlust. That's you, sir. What's your side of the story? I ain't telling you nothing until my mouthpiece gets you. Now, you won't be using those exact words, but you know that's how it's going to be heard. Mm. You have just set the stage. And from there, it's gonna go.
And so in your mind, you say, listen, that can get rebutted, that can get changed, but you're setting things in motion that you don't want to head that way.
It's going to be an uphill fight for the attorney. Now, other problems that you have here, very often these situations, look at how many of your cases that you've shown on your channel end up multiple bad guys. Let's say one is down horizontal, one is running away, maybe wounded, the other's just running the hell away. Well, there were 3 deadly threats when you drew your weapon. Yeah. 2 of them now remain at large. You don't tell that to the police. You don't tell the police what they did. You don't give them a description. And now 6, 8 months, maybe more than a year later, we're trying to establish you are the good guy. Mm. And on cross-examination, let me get this straight, Mr. Correa. You want this jury to believe you're the good guy. The sheepdog that protected the poor lambs from the wolf. And yet, you knew two savage predators were still up and running, threatening that community, and you didn't bother to tell the police. How are you going to get past that? So what I'm going to suggest to you is this, the 5-point checklist real quick. First, establish the active dynamic. The active dynamic of what happened is not that you shot him. That's got to be patently obvious. It's whatever he did that forced you to shoot him. This man attacked me, this man pulled a knife on me, whatever it was. Second, reinforce that. First, you've made yourself the victim complainant. You've established that. Okay, we've got a good solid foothold on the truth now. Second, confirm that. Make a statement to the effect that you will testify against him. Now, this we found to be, the wording to be a little bit tricky. Most people, if you ask them, okay, how would you do that? What would you say? Would say, I'll press charges. And in most cases, many jurisdictions, that is the right thing to say. But attorneys, cops in different jurisdictions use different terminology for different things. And in many jurisdictions, only the prosecutor presses charges. If you've inadvertently found yourself in one of those places, saying, I'll press charges, sounds like, okay, he has delusions of being chief prosecutor, note to self.
Note to self.
In most places, I will sign the complaint, is the language they're used to hearing from the victim. Fascinating thing you always learn in this business. Our friend and colleague, Weems, Lee Weems in Georgia, he was in this class, and he told me during break, Mass, you don't want to be saying that in Georgia. And I said, why not? And he said, because the cops going to look at me and say, look at you and say, what did I do? Because in Georgia, signing the complaint is what you do if you got a beef with the cop.
So know your jurisdiction.
The one I've not seen any reason not to use yet is I will testify against him. That should be universal.
Should be pretty universal.
So now with that second check, we have reconfirmed from the get-go. You're the good guy, he's the bad guy. Third, point out the evidence. We went into exhausting detail in this class on how evidence can get changed, altered, disappeared. Often, if you've shot them up badly enough, they're going to use a medevac. You ever see what when helicopters land nearby, what the wind does to everything on the ground, strews up the giant tsunami of sand? The spent casings blow everywhere.
God forbid the fire department shows up and the evidence eradication team is here.
Cops jokingly call the first medical responders the evidence eradication team because in their job and ours, all first responders, life is the highest priority. They are wearing big, heavy emergency shoes. They are running to the scene to get to the victim to try to help him. They are rolling the gurney across. We've seen spent casings get caught in boot treads, get caught in the treads of gurneys, get caught in the clothing of the man you shot if it happened at close range. Let's say I'm left-handed with a conventional pistol with the right-side ejection port. As I fire here, shell casing comes up here, gets caught in your clothing, and somewhere between here and the sidewalk falls out. It's going to look like I shot you out there, and I'm lying about having shot you out here. We've had cases of witnesses picking up shell casings for souvenirs.
Wow.
The bad guy drops his weapon. Particularly in certain inner city areas, a weapon dropped on the street has the same survival life of a Corvette Stingray with an open top and an open door and keys in the ignition. If you don't point out the evidence as soon as possible, it can get moved or lost. And it will never come back to exonerate you and confirm your story. Fourth, point out the witnesses. You're all familiar with the history going back to 1973 and the murder of Kitty Genovese in New York. All those people who heard her scream, help, he's stabbing me. And only one, finally, when it was too late, picked up the phone to call the police. And they said the syndrome was called, I don't want to get involved. Well, if you point out the witnesses before they decide they don't want to get involved, now they're on the radar, and now the statements that would exonerate you are not lost. And people always ask, well, what if the witness is a gagbagger buddy of the guy I shot and he lies about me? No crap, Sherlock. He was going to do that anyway. That's your attorney's job to break the lie. Finally, it's at that point you need to shut up. Not say nothing to the police, but officer, you're going to have my full cooperation after I've spoken with counsel. And from that point, keep that like name, rank, and serial number. You're being recorded on the officer's body cam, maybe on a dash cam. The jury will see you were cooperative. You gave essentially the same emergency statements a police officer would make at a shooting scene to the investigating officers. You have been polite. You have not evinced the guilty behavior that they associate from watching TV. Here's how the cops interact with how the bad guys interact with the cops. And that you are on video stating, officer, you'll have my full cooperation after I've spoken with counsel.
So
you have invoked your rights, and
we're good. What I hear here, the attorneys are really worried about you saying too much. People develop logorrhea, right? Diarrhea of the mouth after adrenaline dumps. And what Moss, I think, gives us is a pathway to not say too much, but not say nothing.
The problem is so many people out there either haven't been trained at all, or they focus their training on, when do I shoot him? Can I shoot him this way? Can I shoot him this other way? Can I shoot him in this third hypothetical scenario?
Right.
And they've never really seriously discussed handling the aftermath, except I wanted to take to say, never talk to the police. Okay, less than 3 seconds.
Right.
And they've had 3 seconds of preparation, and that's all they fall back on. If they start babbling, it's because they never thought of what to say. They don't know what to say.
A path to walk.
Exactly.
And I ingrain that path, I can restrain my mouth.
How many times has someone told you, I didn't know what to say? Part of our job is letting them know. It's not we're giving them a script or anything like that. We're telling them these are the things that need to be established to preserve the truth of the investigation and find justice.
So I look at it like, so I operated nuclear reactors in the Navy for 8 years, right? So when we had a nuke, we had emergency procedures that you had to know cold. Exactly. So then that way, when the emergency happened, you didn't have to go look them up. Exactly. So this 5-point checklist is like an emergency procedure. Yeah. I know these 5 points, establish the dynamic, right? Say I will press those charges. I will be a part of the good guy team here. Then I'm going to say, here's any evidence that I know where it is. Here's the witnesses, I know where they are. And now I need to talk to counsel, and I'm not going to say anything else. That's the path I walk.
I have my full cooperation after I've spoken with counsel or words to that effect.
So if you take that path, and I've had a lot of people that the attorneys, they go, man, I think that this is really hard advice. Okay, then, if you don't like the other advice, this is the path to walk. Moss, you're the expert in it.
My answer to that would be this. If you don't think that you can handle that, if you don't think you can memorize 5 things, how many things did you have to memorize when you learned how to fight in the first place?
And then they got so good you didn't think about them anymore.
Yeah, people say, oh, well, I'll be panicked, I won't remember. If you panic, why are you walking around among us and our children and our grandchildren carrying a loaded gun?
My friend, I appreciate the knowledge as always.
Thank you, brother. Good luck.
All right, guys. My name's Dick Tip. I'm here to tell you guys a little story today. A couple weeks ago, I was in the fucking Gander Mountain. Number one, that was my damn problem to begin with. I was in damn Gander Mountain. And I thought I was going to go on there and mess with some people, you know, get myself into some trouble or something. And I go in and I see this man standing at the counter, and he's talking to 2 females about pistols. Now, one thing leads to the next, and he looks over at me and he makes eye contact, and I thought, I'm gonna fuck with him. So I go waltzing on over there, and I overhear him talking to 2 women. And I hear him say, a 9mm ain't a good gun unless you're a good shot, because 1 round won't kill nobody unless you hit them right in the face. But if you want a gun that is 1 round to the ground, you need a 45. And that son of a bitch gave the greasiest damn smile you ever seen in your fucking life. Now, I've seen some twisted shit. This motherfucker was dirty. I can just tell that son of a bitch would cheat at Yu-Gi-Oh. They had already said to him twice that they had never even bought a gun, never shot a gun, nothing. They were going to be buying a gun so they could go get their concealed carry permit, and this would be their first gun purchase. Now, you could just tell this evil little bastard's eyes was lighting up, because he was like, fuck yeah, I'm going to get me a good-ass sale. So then he reaches in the cabinet, a little gun counter thing, you know, clear thing, your little see-through thing, you know, they made up for you to, like, have to, the thing that has all the guns, it's like a damn gun bed or some shit, gun sanctuary, or he reaches in there and he pulls out a Smith & Wesson M&P. It's 45 compact. Now, I don't know about you guys, but for those of you who aren't hip to the gun community, 45 compacts are no joke, and you shouldn't be messing with them if that's your first fucking gun, especially if you've never shot a gun before, and especially if you've never carried a gun. So when he got done making his sales pitch, I felt it was my job to follow these two women away from where this man was, the salesman. I feel like I should tell you guys something. Don't listen to a goddamn thing that son of a bitch said, because that motherfucker was lying to y'all's asses, and they just looked at me like I had just fucking given some diet pills to an Ethiopian. So then they asked me what was going on. I was like, you know, y'all need to be buying some shit because that dude's trying to make a sale. You need to go somewhere and try a damn gun out and see if you like it. If you don't like it, take that one back and go fucking try something else. You don't need to buy something because he told you what to buy, especially a damn 45 compact, that dirty bastard. So anyway, I go back on over to him because, you know, I know his ass was jealous of his mouth because the amount of shit that came out of that motherfucker was impressive. So I go back over to him and I'm like, hey man, can I see that 6-hour P320? Oh yeah, man. He reaches in the cabinet and hands it to me, and he doesn't hand it to me like this. He hands the damn thing to me like that. He didn't even clear it, didn't drop the magazine, nothing. Just, here you go. Just, here, grab it. So I carefully grabbed it from him, and I made sure it was clear. And I said, you know, what do you know about this gun? And he goes, oh, that's my favorite 45 they've ever made. Now, mind you, this son of a bitch has 9mm pasted all over that son of a bitch. I mean, he said 9mm in at least 6 places on that fucking gun. And I was like, are you sure this is a 9mm? He goes, yep, that's my everyday carry. All right. So I handed it back to him, and I said, do you mind if I see that 227 is sitting right next to it? He goes, you mean this striker fired one? No, sir. The P227 laying right next to where you got this one from. He goes, yeah, that was striker fire. So I didn't want to argue with him no more. So he just hands me the gun, again, barrel first. And I'm like, holy fuck! So I start messing with that stuff, and I'm like, this thing is a hammer fire, you know that, right? He goes, no, that's a striker. See how small that thing is? And I was like, it's still a hammer. He goes, no. And he reaches in the cabinet, and he pulls out a 1911. He says, you see how big this one is? It has that big ass hole in it? Pointing to the commander hammer. He pointed to it. You know, that's a hammer. And then I said, holy fuck! So I handed him the gun back, and I said, you have a good day. And I walked the fuck out of there. When something that dumb is being shot out of someone's mouth at that rate, some sort of bad shit's gonna happen. I didn't care. I was getting the fuck out of there. That's a damn dangerous place to be. Get in the mountain. I don't give a fuck if I'm hurting your feelings or not. You need to stop hiring fucking dickheads that are lying to people trying to make sales. Firearms are not a goddamn joke. You need to have some people who are trained. You need to have people who can actually take accountability for the shit they say to people who are trying to sell shit to. I'm sorry, but that's fucking wrong. You can get somebody fucking killed. And if you get somebody fucking killed and they come back and sue your ass and you lose everything that you guys have ever fucking done, you fucking deserve it. So number 1, fuck off. Number 2, hire some people who have a goddamn brain and a backbone and morals. I feel like anybody that says some shit like that should be held accountable and be fired fucking immediately. No matter how good they are, no matter how long they've been working there. If you fucking lie to someone about fucking firearms, you are a fuck. You bunch of fucks. Fuck. Holy fuck! I've heard some dumb shit come out of people's mouths. And now, mind you, a lot of dumb shit's come out of my mouth. Holy fuck! I know I might have said some stuff that pissed y'all off, but I don't give a fuck. Most of my friends have never seen a group of men who can tell each other apart by how each one of their wieners taste. But, for those of you who have never seen such a group, a few months ago, a training company from North Carolina called Carolina Tactical Outfitters posted a video in hopes of advertisement for one of their new training courses. The video has been taken down. However, we got our hands on it.
How does that get this playing like?
Video starts out with a cameraman downrange from live weapons. Who the fuck needs to label if it's a two-man patrol team or not? The sad thing is, Step Up 2 was almost as much of a flop as this was.
Contact left.
Real operators don't yell out contact. They just pull a fucking gun and they just fucking shoot people. Once you make contact, aren't you supposed to haul ass to concealment? The fuck is that?
I'm gonna eat.
But a barber was recommended by friends of mine who I greatly respected because they have British gardens. And I asked, how come the trees are so nice? And said, well, that's the only name we need to know.
Hot. Yeah, there's one guy just running.
How it should be done. 2008 case of District of Columbia versus Heller, in which you wrote the decision upholding the individual right to possess firearms, a decision that runs to more than 60 pages of very close textual and historical analysis. Reading law, quote, the Second Amendment did not say that the people shall have the right to keep and bear arms, or even that, quote, the government shall not prevent the people from keeping and bearing arms, but rather that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. This triggered historical inquiry. So how does the history inform the reading of what strikes a layman like me as a very tricky text, that prefatory clause, comma?
Well, that passage you read triggered, I said it triggered historical inquiry because the Second Amendment refers to it as though it were a pre-existing right. It didn't say the people shall have the right, or even the government shall not take away arms, but rather the right of the people to keep and bear, as though it was a pre-existing right. And that triggered historical inquiry that takes you back to the English Bill of Rights, which sure enough contained the right to keep and bear arms. As for the prologue, if you're going to know what the prologue is, a well-regulated militia being necessary for the defense of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Again, if you studied history, what's the connection between not taking away arms, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, and the militia? It seems very strange. But historical inquiry shows you what the connection is. The way the Stuart kings, the Catholic kings, destroyed the militia, which was supposed to be all of the male citizens trained to arms. The way they destroyed the militia was not by abolishing it. They just took away the arms of all of those who opposed the Catholic kings. And so there was a connection. A well-regulated militia being necessary for the defense of a free state, a militia consisting of all of the body of the citizenry, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It makes total sense if you understand the history. And without the history, you ask yourself, what is this guarantee of the state's ability to have a militia? What is it doing in the Bill of Rights, for Pete's sake? Why isn't it some other portion of the Constitution?
So that's the key to it. That's the key. Yeah. So what? You can go to chrismillershow.com, but I do a lot more on Facebook. So you go on Facebook and go to Chris Miller Show. Find me there. What's your name? Nick. Nick? Nice to meet you, bro. We're selling t-shirts, $20. Dry fit, really nice. It's my brother Rashad's my sister Leslie. How old are you? 21. 21. What school you go to? Texas Tech. You go to Texas Tech? You go to Texas Tech. I went there. Give me your number.
Hey guys, out here this afternoon testing out the coat hanger machine gun. We're going to start off using just blanks, just for a function check. This first rifle was a registered machine gun, just including that as a point of comparison. Now it's going on another registered receiver that hasn't been converted yet. This has a semi-auto fire control group. And notice, one pull the trigger, fires one round. Drop in the coat hanger machine gun.
That's crazy, bro. Let me see.
Bolt blocks back.
When you watch something on TV,
it works.
Just
That was so fast.
Remember us, the two armed Texans, the media wanted you to forget about?
There's a man in black tactical gear shooting up the Baptist church. I pulled out an AR-15.
That's right. We're the good guys with guns they talk about, and we're NRA members too.
We're back with an important message to make you understand how insane Joe Biden's gun control plan is and what's really at stake.
You hear a lot about how Joe Biden will destroy the Second Amendment, but what does that really mean? Did you know that for every magazine, over 10 rounds, and semi-automatic rifle that you own or want to buy in the future, Biden wants to tax you $200. That means if you currently own 20 mags, he will tax you $4,000. That's tens of billions of dollars of taxes on law-abiding gun owners. He wants to make gun ownership only affordable to the elite.
But how is he even going to know how many mags I have?
So instead of anybody coming at you, the first thing you do is shoot to kill and shoot it away.
You know, Joe, I can make that shot. That day in the church, I didn't have the opportunity to shoot in the leg.
The idea that we don't have illumination of assault-type weapons, magazines that can hold multiple bullets in them is absolutely mindless.
Hey, Joe, this is the very AR-15, or as you call it,
The AR-14.
In my hands, it stopped a mass shooting.
So with the tragedy that just happened in Texas, my question is, how do you justify the Democratic view on gun control when the shooter was stopped by a man who was legally licensed to carry a gun?
Well, first of all, the kind of gun being carried, you shouldn't be carrying.
It even still has the evidence tag. It's never committed a crime. If it was Hunter Biden and your wife and family sitting in those pews at that church, would you still not want me to have this gun to protect them with? Yes, a good guy with a gun stops a bad guy with a gun. But you still want Beto, hell yes, O'Rourke, who supports forcible firearms confiscation to be your gun control czar.
Someone does not turn in an AR-15 or an AK-47, one of these weapons of war, then that weapon will be taken from them.
He's not coming anywhere near my gun.
Biden's dream is to leave us all defenseless against criminals. And if you want to buy a new semi-automatic rifle, you're out of luck if Biden's in charge. His own website says he would ban the sale of assault weapons, but it doesn't just stop there. I put a terrorist down in a matter of seconds with this gun, and it's not even a weapon of war, or whatever that means. You know what Joe told me? That I shouldn't have been armed in that church.
As soon as you shake that shit up, now they're fighting everything that doesn't look like what it is. They think that thing that doesn't look like it is the problem. Really, the problem is the person that picked up the jar and shit. There's a lot of that going on.
Big donut.
That's really on him. You want to get my crack, keep it touch kind of. Yeah, Twitter. That's crazy that literally. Did you grab something else? That's for these guys, huh? You work, go over here.
Remember us, the two armed Texans,
the media wanted you to forget about?
I'm just now starting to get more active on it to catch up. Just do some of this stuff.
Any other firearm,
Yeah,
especially at a time like this.
yeah, I do. Man, Twitter's a hate machine, bro. Twitter's a hate machine. I try to say that
people like they talk past each other rather than, you know what I'm saying, talking towards each other. So,
I do have Twitter. It's FollowDura1, FOLLADURA.
You don't mind.
But even if you get your hands on a gun,
No. So
background check known as the criminalization of private transfers. This means that if one of my family friends comes to me because she's being stalked by her crazy ex-husband and feels like her life is in danger, if I lended her a gun to protect herself, I would be facing felony charges. All of this is nuts, but the unknown is what you should be most scared of. Joe Biden has promised to put Beto O'Rourke in charge of gun control efforts with Kamala Harris as his VP. This means that all of this is only the beginning. And if you don't comply, he promises to go door to door and take it. There is no telling the extremes this doer will go to destroy gun owners and make the Second Amendment extinct. Their end goal is to destroy what has protected the Second Amendment for 150 years, the National Rifle Association. So when Trump says,
they will take your guns away, either that or obliterate the Second Amendment,
he means it. Don't let Joe Biden disarm you this way. Here's what we say to gun grabbers.
That guy over there, I don't really believe in the things he believes in. I didn't even ask me that. He was like, yeah, so like I try to have lunch with him after one of these shows, and he was.
Hey guys, all right. I think we now have this fixed. We were now. I'm sorry, but Mr. Guns and Gear is going to have maybe some very soft audio. I'm going to try to talk loudly so you guys can hear. And we were trying to deal with those audio issues, and we were running into a number of problems. But before we get this video started off, I do want to mention that our friends over at USCCA are helping to make this video possible. We've been working with USCCA for about 1.5 years now, and our relationship with USCCA and the Military Arms Channel all explain. Hey guys, all right. I think we now have this fixed. We were now. I'm sorry, but Mr. Guns and Gear is going to have maybe some very soft audio, and I'm just going to try to talk loudly so you guys can hear. And we were trying to deal with those audio issues, and we were running into a number of problems. But before we get this video started off, I do want to mention that our friends over at USCCA are helping to make this video possible. We've been working with USCCA for about 1.5 years now, and the relationship with USCCA and the Military Arms Channel I'll explain here in a moment. But USCCA is basically carry insurance. And in times like right now when things are absolutely crazy, that peace of mind, which I've had again for over 1.5 years now, is very comforting. And right now they're offering $2.25 million of carry insurance to their members. Down in the video description, you will find the disclaimer. There's an underwriter that is servicing it. But again, $2.25 million with the carry insurance. So if you get into a self-defense situation, immediately reach out to them, and they'll take care of you from there. And that's a lot of money for your defense. So please check them out. They're also big into training, so they'll teach you how to handle yourself should you get involved in a self-defense shooting and all that good stuff. So you get training, and you also get that coverage for your monthly fee. And how they're related to us or at the Military Arms Channel is that if you become a member, we get a small percentage every month that you stay a member, which also helps us at the Military Arms Channel. So you're doing two things. If you join USCCA, you get $2.25 million worth of carry insurance, training, and you're helping to support the Military Arms Channel. All right, so with that being said, let's jump into our two topics of conversation. And for those of you, I'm being rude. For those of you who may not know, this is Mr. Guns and Gear. We've been friends for quite some time. How you doing, Mike?
We'll see you later.
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for having me on. Again, sorry about the audio issues that they're coming through, but we tried out a couple different mics. Best we got.
Man, it's so weak. Hopefully, it's getting a little bit louder to our viewers out there.
So there's two things that are going on that we want to talk about in tonight's live stream. And the first thing is the BATF. If you follow us on Instagram and on Facebook,
I want to get that business doing it.
we posted a story a day ago about action that's being taken by the ATF, and that was information that was shared with me, and then I found the information on a website. Originally, it was sent to me via email, and then I went and found the actual website. Now, the website is the law firm of Wiley Rain, and they are a large law firm that deals primarily with industry issues. They represent a lot of gun manufacturers and importers in Washington, D.C., and they deal with the ATF on a regular basis. So this is not some sort of a quack that posted this this article. And they you know, wow, we're going to dig into this, and it's really scary. Mike, I know that you've had a chance to dig into it, and you've been talking to your followers about it.
I was like, if I
Sure,
had
yeah.
phones
So
that I could,
I actually recorded a video on it earlier. It should be up later tonight on my channel. But yeah, so what we know right now, at least what I know right now anyway, is like you said, the ATF is attempting to reclassify imported pistols specifically. So as to whether or not that applies to other pistols that may be in the country or may be produced domestically, from what I've seen, that's still kind of a gray area.
Oh, TikTok. You know what?
But regardless, things like that we're all used to, like a Draco AK, for example, very well under their new definition could be deemed not importable as a pistol. It would have to be an AOW. Which would make it an FAO.
Yes, so that's what it's about. I'm going to bring it up here really quick for you guys. Can you actually take a look at? So this is the law firm's post, and we're going to kind of go through it. The whole top half of the email deals with strictly importation. So ATF has not been consistent in how they determine what classifies a handgun for purposes of importation and what classifies a rifle. It's been ambiguous. They've, one time they would have random agents, female agents, large bodybuilding agents, whatever, go out and hold a 8-pound handgun and go, yeah, I can shoot this one-handed. It's a handgun. And then another agent that might not be as strong would pick up that same handgun and go, no, I can't really shoot this one. And therefore, it's not a handgun. They had a point system. So point system, if you get up to 75 points, then it would be classified as a handgun. But where we get into this gray area under the import, and this is going to roll over into what this means for the regular, everyday American AR-15 pistol owner, AK pistol owner, etc. They've kind of switched gears here. And what they're doing now is taking a holistic approach. So they're claiming things like this in some of the new letters. So all this is being done in private. None of this is being done openly. This is all being done in private because there's a thing called IFR. It relates to executive orders that were signed by President Trump early on in his administration. It was intended to stop this exact behavior with all of the regulatory agencies. And ATF has gone completely way out in left field here, far worse from what I hear from other attorneys than any other of the agencies. ATF has truly gone rogue here. So what I'm showing in that third window is some of the stuff that ATF has begun listing the following objective design features when making evaluations. The incorporation of rifle sights, the utilization of a rifle caliber ammunition, 5.56 and 7.62 millimeters, as such. Incorporation of a rifle length barrel. So if you have a 20-inch barrel or an 18-inch barrel, that's a rifle length barrel.
Spider-Man.
You kick out an American
Spider-Man.
You know what? You know what?
Which creates a front-heavy imbalance when held with one hand. So there are a lot of guns out there right now sitting waiting, and nobody in the industry knows why ATF has been well over a year. And this
those standards that you just talked about.
Oh my gosh. Why do I look like...
ATF in their most recent private ruling has said that those features that have been listed are neither binding on a single classification nor any factor individually determinative. So what they're saying now is that those factors may be completely different tomorrow and arbitrary. Right? So
Hey,
firearms manufacturer, firearms importer, or even a firearms owner would know.
There we go. Hold on. Can you hear now? Ashley, can you hear me?
Check two.
Should be up there. There we go. Awesome. Okay, so we're back live, and we have with us
Derek Brown, Aerosocial, Hyundai X USA, Opios, Product Placement Entertainment.
Give it all to us.
You know, don't want to brain drop too hard now, but 25 years of friendship. That's the best way to start off this conversation.
through the. Let's not go back. Let's not go back that far. Let's not delve into those places that shall not be named.
It's true.
So, talk to me a little bit more about PundyX. Like, give me some more insight.
Well, the United States federal government has been trying to govern cryptocurrency, right? Point of sales, how do you differentiate personal finances from LLC and commercial business finances, right? And the USA has been missing a dedicated point of sale device, in-person device that does it all for you, right? United States 6 months ago doctrine that it used to be $600 per transaction. You need to be really recorded with full KYC, know your customer, right? You know, preventing fraud. But now every transaction done through a business has to be recorded, and you got to have that KYC, right? So this machine is a tap and go. When your purchases are large enough, you can take a picture for verification, especially if the customer dictates it. And it's not just a cryptocurrency point of sale machine. It also does.
It'll actually take
debit credit cards.
Credit cards. You got the little. It looks like hold on. Looks like that little symbol right there.
Yeah.
You can just tap it on there and
tap and go using your crypto. And it's not just exchanging crypto, right? How is it safe for business owners to just accept Bitcoin with the volatility?
That's a good question.
This machine right here instantly transfers it to the neutral fiat currency of whatever country you're in. This machine's in over 20 different countries.
So if I was in Italy, you go to the, what do they call no, that's Russian. I don't know. Anyway, yeah.
Doesn't matter. For us in the United States, we care about two things: USDT and DAI. To where, hey, Chris, you got Bitcoin, you got Ethereum, et cetera, you're holding it, right? It would cost you over 15% in bullshit processing fees to convert it over to your bank. And now you convert it to your bank, you got a new deposit, now you're going to get double taxed.
Okay.
Right? Wow. With this, it's more like a bartership debit machine. Saying, hey, I got my cryptocurrency, you're a business owner, I want to buy that gun right there. I'm going to transfer you this Bitcoin, USDT neutral, so there's no volatility to you accepting the currency. Okay. And we just made an agreement. It instantly hits. It's like a handshake. It's exactly what it is. Nice. So this machine will instantly convert it. It will print out a receipt. You will get logged into your software of all your transactions for your processing for the accountant, CPA at the end of the quarter or year. And guess what? It's just like cash, but it's better. Because guess what? You're not having to carry around cash. It's still digital. And it's on the blockchain security.
Security. That's the issue. How do we keep our money safe? How do we exchange? I mean, that's a big to do when it comes to crypto. Obviously, and this is one of the things I want to make sure that we differentiate is from Forex to blockchain and Binance, all that, because people don't understand what the difference is between the two. They don't understand how
foreign exchange is just changing currencies. Right. I'm trading the Italian dollar versus ours, or etc.
Right.
You're just trying to get a little minuscule percentage, right?
Right.
But when it comes to cryptocurrency, oh no. Everybody's used to what they hear about the cryptos. Those are all just exchanges, right? Those exchanges were built for a purpose. One, for privacy, but secondly, less energy in the processing fees, lower processing fees, and then you're under the radar, right? We all have, even married men, good married men. My father used to call it his mad money. He kept a Benjamin Franklin tucked into his wallet that my mom never knew about.
That's the money.
And when he got mad at my mom, it was the mad money, you know? So that's cryptocurrency, but guess what? Cryptocurrency is a live market. You can trade it and have your value increase over time, right?
That's the beauty.
That is the beauty, because the US dollar, what's the fluctuation on it? 0.01%?
All I know is it's and the Arrow token is going.
Arrow token.
It's actually, I love Arrow token because I've watched the
Arrow
growth.
social token.
I've watched the growth, and it is what I would consider the most stable growth. It is a step ladder growth.
We are trying very hard to control that, but we are at a soft launch right now, and we are going to see growth. I definitely, for legal purposes, have to say this is not an investment.
This is not investment information. You do need to speak to a licensed investment individual.
If that would be in the future, which it will be, because we are in the processes of getting approved by the Securities and Exchange Commission to be a commodity. So why is that possible and happening right now? Well, we are the first real token outside of Ethereum that does something. We're an advertising utility token.
Utility token, that's the key.
We utilize all of our funds through our token. If you want to advertise on our social media platform or on Aero TV, currently live on Roku TV, soon to be Apple TV. If you want to advertise on any of those platforms, you got to buy the token. That is the only currency we will accept because it keeps our costs low.
It keeps your money growing.
Keeps your money growing. Not just money. We're talking about if you're a business owner, when do you want to advertise? More and more in the future, right?
Right.
So if you knew you could buy $500 of advertising now, that could be worth $5,000 possibly in the future. Wouldn't you rather do that, knowing, hey, maybe in a year from now, next Christmas, I'm going to do all my advertising? Well, the larger our platforms get, the more advertising revenue we will receive. But we work with the 80-20 method. 80% of all of our advertising revenue in the token is shared back with y'all, the public. Our users, our influencers. Our company only operates on a 20% operation percent.
So that money, so there's transparency in all this, and that's another key factor when people look to where they're investing their money, what they're sharing, where they're sharing their resources. People want transparency. People want to know where their dollars go. People want to know how it's being used, and they also want to know what their ROI is. So that's a lot of these are key factors that you see in Aero Token that you don't see in other places. You can go and check the like Robinhood, whatever. You can check on the value of certain things, but you won't know how it's actually being used. You won't know how it's actually benefiting you in the real. And what do they call it? IRL?
Zero social networks do you benefit from an actual growth of financial gain.
Right.
How much is Facebook?
Right. It's like Facebook's not paying me a dang dime when they make trillions of dollars.
You know how much they make off of you, though?
At least $1 trillion. And that's their $1 trillion business, right?
Yep. $865 on average per the regular person. Your value's a lot more. You have an audience.
Right. I'm not gonna lie. I got a statement from Facebook. I had a stupid little reel. It was awesome in my eyes.
I know, right? It was fucking great to me, but
It was a little reel that went and had several thousand views. They gave me like 88 cents, $1.88. I'm not gonna say I was pissed because I just kind of limped in with the monetization on that, knowing that they're not gonna pay a lot back. But it was weird to see $1.88. I was like,
$1.88.
I was like, why even bother?
You almost got 10 miles to your gallon.
Right? I'm like, why even bother sending me this money? Put it towards something like buy a homeless dude a cheeseburger. Yeah.
Got these cheeseburgers.
Yeah, just do something. I'm not gonna use this. I'm not even gonna. Yeah. But don't stop paying me. Don't stop paying me, Facebook. Keep paying me. Pay me more. But the fact is that we see an ROI. It's tangible. It's real. It's something that we actually can benefit from in real time. We can actually see that as it grows in new networks. We can see it when as we use Aero Social and
we will be showing everybody how large our audience is. It's called DAU, Daily Active Users. And we will be broadcasting that. We already do, so you can dictate the value of potential with what you're buying at any given time. Right now, we are so brand new. We're in beta stage right now, Chris, because we have to stay controlled with our testing and our code.
It's R&D,
because bugs come in every day.
R&D, baby.
So right now, we're at about 2,500 users, daily active users. Now we're trying to go to 5,000 and figure out the new bugs, because guess what? We just embedded private messaging within our app. So now people can talk to each other privately, completely off the grid, and outside of that, there will be pictures, there will be videos, but it's It's like meeting Mark Zuckerberg in his dorm room and saying, I can actually share you stocks within my company.
Right.
We're not based off of stocks. We're based off our utility token, which is shared as a community. That's why we call it the Robin Hood effect. We are giving back. We're taking away and giving back. And we are honestly doing it, you know? And it's 7 years in the making. I can't even tell you, millions of dollars within fees of registering our crypto, you know, our advertising utility token, within the developers, within the social media managers, and the influencers. But every great business starts somewhere, and we're just at that perfect time in the world that we get to share this with everybody, and it's not a secret, you know? My grandma taught me one important thing. You know, poor people share poor secrets, and rich people share rich secrets. Now that's gone. It's the fucking internet, you know?
The Internet of Things. I mean, you know, I've watched you like
blossom.
Yeah, I've watched you when you first started talking to me about Arrow. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Years ago.
Yeah, and you were just so like into it, but not just that, you were passionate about it. So I was like, all right, I'll buy some.
I'm a retired Department of Defense firefighter. I just want to do good for others.
This guy's a hero.
And I'm retired, and this is my new wave of giving back to the people.
Right. I watched that, and I've known this guy for 20 years easy.
Since we're teenagers.
And we've been through some stuff, but I watched him. I remember before you went off and joined the armed services. I remember
Air Force firefighter.
I remember you saying, "Man, I want to do this. I want to do that." You did it. You did it. Everything you said you want to do, you did it. And I was like, "That's the type of people I want to surround myself with. When I say I want to do something, I'm gonna do it. No procrastination. Just get on it. Do it." And from there, when you came back, you're like, "Hey, bro, I need to talk to you about Arrow." I was like, "What is it? What to do?" I still am trying to wrap my mind around all of the things that it does because it's so all-encompassing. But I've learned something very quickly when I bought some Arrow token. My Arrow token. I don't know if I can say that. I'm gonna say this. My personal growth Arrow token. I came in at $200 about a month and a half ago. It's already at $600. I'm just saying that, and I like constant, consistent growth. I don't want something that just shoots up overnight because it can shoot down overnight. I've watched this.
You want
this
something that has
grow.
value in data.
Right.
And every other cryptocurrency outside of two of them, Bitcoin and Ethereum, do not provide that. They're all just trading markets that switch back and forth.
Speculative market is such a scary thing.
I call them meme coins. They're all meme coins.
Because think about this. When you work on a speculative market, it's how do I feel today? How do I feel today versus how I'm going to feel tomorrow? It's all about feelings. And tomorrow, the market might feel like crap, and your money's going to look like crap. You want to invest in something that's going to actually be, it's going to be tied to what we're doing. Not how we're feeling, but what we're doing. And when we do more, we earn more. It's literally, that output is tied to how we're actually utilizing this token, how we're actually utilizing advertising, how we're actually utilizing our resources, the people around us, the people that work with us, the people that work through us. There's nothing more advanced and exceptional than actually being able to have a part. This is ownership.
This is ownership of yourself and being able to use a tool, social media, that you truly earn from. Because we use it every day, whether we like it or not.
What's growing faster than social media?
I can't think of something, so that's nothing.
Nothing's growing faster than social media. I mean, in America, this is literally how millionaires are made every day.
I was gonna say STDs, but it's
right. I mean, it is what it is. Like, we're not making them, but we focus on growth and growth tactics. We see the things that are actually making headway. You're positioning yourself in a place where you're in front of it. You're in front of a zeitgeist. You're in front of a zeitgeist.
We are disrupting.
Right. That's moving at the speed of light. Now, the fact is that because you're in front of it, you're actually moving faster than the speed of light because they're monetizing this and actually connecting it to our users. Users. Yes. Users being able to make money because of something that's, it's like say you hopped on a speeding train and you had a spool of gold And as far as that spool of gold can go is how much money you can make. You have an unlimited spool, and this train is moving 400 miles an hour. You are constantly, this train just keeps getting faster. So you're making more, you're actually unraveling more gold as the train moves faster. The train won't stop. It's not going to stop. The only thing that'll stop this train is the internet.
Right now, you're relating to population growth.
Right.
You really are. The more people that are born,
the more people are connected.
More people connected with this with the same state of mind. There's one thing everybody in Aerosocial will have in common is that we all believe in one, freedom of speech, two, no bullying, no hate, right? But three, earning from something we get to use every day because we've already been using it for 10 years.
And the Second Amendment. I'll say that. Because we're at a gun show. Yeah, man. This is. I love that.
And the Second Amendment.
Yeah,
You know it, man. You know it.
I
guns don't kill people.
Right.
Dads with pretty daughters kill people.
You're right. Exactly. Don't come on my porch. Don't come on my porch.
But this is the craziest part. I'm gonna piece this together really quick, right?
It is.
So you use Aerosocial, you watch Aero TV. You know, every month business owners will be buying the token, putting those tokens to actual utilization of connecting with the users, right? And then at the end of every month, everybody would get rewarded, get a soon to come automatic deposit. Right now we're white gloving it, right? We're having to do it manually right now, but we're figuring out the process. But then you get your Pundy X card, and then Phil's gonna get it right now. Anywhere this machine's located, you don't have to do anything. You just go tap and go. You got 300 of these machines right now. You can pay for your gas, groceries, vapes, soon to be guns, and if you want to show that off real quick, that's the executive card.
Yeah, this. Look at that. Hold on.
Ting, ting, ting. Yep. If you're a business, you can get your own private one so that you can retain your rewards within your reciprocating customers. But it's gonna be easier than cash.
Because cash is
depreciating.
Yes.
I mean, let's look at our annual CDRs right now. It's lower than what our actual GDP is. You know, like you can't do anything right now with real money trying to be conservative.
Right. Conservative is the word of the day.
Conservative is the word of the day.
Where's Bert and Ernie? He said it. The word of the day.
Hey, can I have your attention? This is a friendly reminder that next weekend's gun show is going to be in San Antonio.
Next weekend's gun show.
Al-Safar Shrine Auditorium will be our first show where we're open to the public on Friday, 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Friday. So if you can make it down there, we'd love to see you.
San Antonio at the Al-Safar Shrine off 1604, exit exit Blanco. It's going to be on the right. You see a dude in the Fez.
Senior year
prom. You see a guy in
Bring
the
your
Fez.
little bicycle. Bring your hat. We're going to
Nice.
the Shriner Temple, baby.
Let's go. Man.
Well, here, we'll get back to it. We should go get a drink.
Yeah,
refreshen up.
we're gonna walk around. We're gonna scope some more stuff out. There's 500 vendors here. 500
vendors. This has been vendors, not the public.
There's been, I'm sure there's been close to 10,000 people that walk through here.
Yep.
I have not seen a repeat face as I've been looking up. It's amazing.
Am I live on that camera also?
Yeah, that one too. Yeah.
Dude, I didn't
Texas
know my
gun
fat
show.
was
I
being
know,
shot
right?
from that
You
side.
look on this one. I keep doing like this. I keep doing this whole deal. Like,
All right, guys. Hey, it was good talking. We're gonna be back here in a little bit. We gotta go, refreshing our breath with some drinks. We're at a gun show. We're right here in San Marcos, the city of San Marcos Convention Center. Come on out. It's open for another hour and a half. And man, what you said, the one in Pleasanton didn't even open up today?
Oh no, it's Pasadena.
Pasadena.
Yeah, something happened. I don't know, something happened or they shut it down for some reason. But everybody came here, which is awesome. I mean, thank God everybody made it safe. It's raining, crappy weather, but awesome people, amazing people around here. I'm gonna go do some video on the street type stuff and grab some folks and bring them back here and just talk to them about their experience.
And then check this out. You know what? If anybody's watching this, if you go to arrow.io, ARRO.io,
It's in the chat. It's really good. Scroll.
Go download it. post a picture, the funniest picture posted of the day, I'll give you 1,000 arrow tokens. How about that?
Wow. Nice. 1,000 to okay.
Yeah,
Let's
make some
get
money.
it.
Let's have some
Let's
fun.
get it. Arrow. I'm gonna post. Look, it's right there at the bottom of the link. The link's at the bottom. Arrow.io.
Arrow.io.
There you go. Bam. And you can find out where to get my t-shirts. $30.
All right, guys. We'll be talking to y'all soon. All right. You go drink a beer. Also, go clean your gun.
Safely.
America.
Unloaded.
America. Later, guys.
Let's see if we can go back to these videos. Hold on.
At the import level, but this will cascade down to, and this is what Wiley Rain's talking about, this will cascade down to the individual owners, gun shops, and importers. They may even revoke import licenses and blame the importer for their own determination. So you submitted a gun for their approval, they approved it, now they're going to yank your import license because you submitted a gun for approval that you shouldn't have submitted. What kind of circular logic is that? Mike.
Right. Import licenses that can have a very serious impact really, really quickly. Additionally, like what was the practice of submitting your own firearm to the ATF for determination be? I mean, it'd be a complete nut roll as an individual. And then let's say they determine it's an AOW, then it would have to get sent to your local SOC. Then you'd have to do all the paperwork to get it even given back to you. I mean, it's craziness. It's absolutely insane.
Yes, and this goes back to, which we'll talk about in your video in the Biden gun control plan, where they're going to go so far as to, if they can, force you to pay a $200 tax on every magazine over 10 rounds. And so what if I had to go through and pay a $200 tax on every pistol that I own that they decide is an AOW? I couldn't afford it. I simply couldn't afford it. You know, I'm not going to say what I would do because ATF does watch us, but you know, it's this is not freedom, guys. This is not what freedom looks like. And when you have an agency that's actively doing this purposely for political reasons, there is a reason this is being done in October. This is not being done for any other reason than politics. And the IFR, the EOs that are supposed to be stopping this type of behavior, if Biden gets into office, now I don't get into the business of endorsing candidates. I'm just telling you reality. If Biden gets into office and rescinds these executive orders, ATF will make this the law, and this will happen. So right now, they're just suggesting, and they're waiting to see what happens in the election, but they're also trying to separate Trump from his base by making these anti-gun determinations. So it is a very political move.
So I agreed 100% on that, and I said I made a video on the honey badger and how they attempted to reclassify that, and then eventually came back with a 60-day stay. That's exactly what they're doing. They're playing politics rather. So they're saying now, after all the backlash on the honey badger and everybody speaking up and reaching out to their congressmen and the White House and everything else, they're saying, oh no, we were wrong. The honey badger isn't an SBR. You're not illegally producing SBRs and selling them. People who own them don't illegally own them, but only for 60 days.
Right. So what's Q supposed to do?
Right. And what's an owner supposed to do?
Right.
I mean, wait for the election?
Yeah, right.
And that's exactly what it is. That's why that timeline is 60 days. That's why it's not 120 days, for example.
It puts it well into November. Yes, and so again, guys, I know everybody wants to beat up on Trump. Look, I am not the biggest Trump guy. I'm the guy with his name on a federal lawsuit suing the Trump administration over how they did this with bump stocks. And what I said back then is related to this. When I was yelling from the top of my lungs, screaming at the sky, it's not about the stocks. When we had other people on social media saying this isn't our hill to die on, let them have them, they're stupid. I'm saying, guys, it's not about the stock. It's about how they're going about this. And what they're doing right now is using the exact same methodology. And this is what we need to stop. And so we have one lawsuit filed, and now we're going to have to potentially file another lawsuit to stop this behavior. But this takes years to litigate. We've been in this court case. The others have been dismissed or in various states right now. My lawsuit with the GOA is currently still at the Sixth Circuit, still waiting for a determination. If we don't get a favorable determination, we're going to take it to the Supreme Court. Now we have another conservative justice supposedly, but I don't have much faith in the Supreme Court either. So, yeah. So I kind of got off on a little bit of a political rant there, which I apologize for, because again, I don't try to endorse candidates. I have viewers that identify as pro-gun Democrats and stuff like that. But the reality is, if you go to Biden's page, which we'll talk about when we get the Mike situation, you go to Biden's page, it's 3 pages long of everything he wants to do gun control wise. So it's a scary situation. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think it's twofold. It's scary for 2 reasons. Like I said, number one, that you don't know what the law is. That's not just problematic. I mean, that's the kind of thing that happens in banana republics, where they just come in one day, change the law, say now you're a criminal, come with us. I mean, that is what the ATF is trying to do right now in America. I mean, it's just completely unjust. It's
just unjust, like with the brace. Just like with the, I'm not with the brace too, but with the bump stock. It went through 4 separate reviews, and ATF said this. First of all, ATF has never been in the business of regulating accessories. What I read to you earlier about rifle sights and all this other nonsense, they will take a look. If you submit your gun, you have to submit it in the configuration you plan to use it. Sights, AFG, magazine, the exact way you intend to use it for their determination. Now they're in the business of regulating accessories. And since when is that okay? But that goes back to the whole bump stock thing. They retroactively applied that. They said, it's perfectly legal, 4 reviews under the Obama administration. I'm sorry, guys.
The USCCA is the premier self-defense education and training company for anyone who wants to keep themselves and their loved ones safe. We have over 589,000 members. And even though the USCCA was started over 17 years ago, it was exactly 10 years ago in the month of June 2011 that we launched a new benefit called the Self-Defense Shield. Back when we launched Self-Defense Shield, it was to solve the problem of if you've done everything right, you followed the laws and avoided having to press that trigger to the best of your ability, but ultimately you were forced to shoot in self-defense, well then what next? Look, we've seen it happen hundreds of times, and the justice system is complex, especially when guns are involved. What's amazing is that over the last 10 years, every single USCCA benefit has been completely transformed. Today, USCCA membership is at least 10 times better and 10 times more valuable than it was back then. We now have hundreds of training videos, life-saving education, and world-class member experience. Plus, the 24/7 critical response team is standing by to help you navigate the confusing aftermath of a self-defense incident. After surveying our members, we've learned that over 147,000 lives have been saved because of the training and education inside USCCA membership. So join over 589,000 members with a 100% risk-free USCCA membership today. You have absolutely nothing to lose thanks to the USCCA 365-day money-back bulletproof guarantee. You can start training immediately. You can start hardening your home against break-ins immediately. You can start improving your accuracy immediately. You can learn how to engage multiple attackers or treat life-threatening wounds immediately. You get the 24/7 critical response team immediately. And because the USCCA has purchased an insurance policy, the association and every single one of its members have self-defense liability insurance. You will be safer and more prepared tomorrow, next week, next month, and forever with USCCA membership. So activate your risk-free membership today. Take care and stay safe.
Insurance has been purchased by the USCCA and is one of the benefits of membership in the USCCA. Coverage and benefits are subject to the terms, conditions, and exclusions of the insurance policy issued to the USCCA. Every USCCA member is an additional insured on that policy. Information provided herein is for informational purposes and is not intended to be a representation of coverage that may exist in any particular situation. USCCA membership is not available to residents of New Jersey, New York, or Washington State. Contact Delta Defense's customer engagement team at 1-800-674-9779 with any questions. Delta Defense LLC provides sales, marketing, operations, and administrative support services to the USCCA and is a licensed insurance agency in all 50 states and the District of Columbia, with its principal office in West Bend, Wisconsin. Delta Defense LLC does business as Delta Defense Insurance Services in California. California license number 0N34093.
Georgie, oh, look. Peanut butter box is here.
Ralph, that's the Chewy Pharmacy box with our flea and tick meds. It's not peanut butter.
The peanut butter box is here.
Pet prescriptions delivered to your door. Chewy.
And then that goes completely green. Thanks, Aaron. That was old cameraman Aaron. Completely trashed the iPad, and so we'll have to bring that back up. And we don't have it. So, all right. Thanks, Aaron. All right. So anyway, I will try to get that back up here. Mike, take it for a minute, my friend, because I'm going to try to.
Sure. But yeah, no, your point on the bump stock that I think you're getting at was that over and over again, there was determination saying it was perfectly legal. It was not a violation of the NFA in any way. And then all of a sudden they come back and say it is as soon as President Trump basically says, yeah, go ahead and ban it. And again, that turned, bump stocks weren't all that popular. There were probably, I don't know, under 1 million. This is my guess. I have no idea. But braces are super popular. I mean, there's millions and millions of braced pistols in America right now, and millions of Americans who own them that are potentially facing, criminal charges should this thing actually become law, quote unquote, law.
Exactly. And this is where it starts to cascade over into, the actual, shooting public. So they are going to, right now this is being applied to importation. The next logical step, because the ATF can't say, well, imported firearms are AOWs, but the same firearm domestically isn't, they can't have that type of inconsistency. They have to have consistency across their determinations. So if they say an HK91 pistol with an 8-inch barrel, which was denied based on this letter, if they say that's an AOW, which is what they're saying, if it's over 26 inches, if it's under 26 inches, they conveniently left the AOW out in the last determination. But right now there's 3 denials two of which they cited the AOW clause in the NFA. The third one, they conveniently left it out because I think ATF realizes they opened a whole big can of worms here. But this will cascade over into how ATF looks at guns currently in possession by gun owners right now. It only stands to reason, and that's what Wiley Rain is pointing out in that message that they shared. They're saying, look, this is being applied at the import level. This will cascade over into how they view firearms domestically produced, domestically owned, and it could potentially make millions of Americans felons, literally, overnight.
Yeah,
We're
I mean,
getting some-
absolutely. And to the point, too, about the ATF just acting rogue, I just want to bring one other thing up that I thought about with the honey badger. Is that typically it's Fat D or somebody at the head of NFA branch that's making any type of determination letters that you see out there. But with the honey badger, it was a local field agent in Boston. Like that, to my knowledge, has never been the case. Like Tim has an FFL, I have an FFL. Like I deal with the local agent here. We have two. I know them. Like those guys are not making ATF determination letters. Like that's not a thing. But that's exactly what happened in the honey badger case.
Yes, and that's going to boil over into this. So what we saw with the honey badger that was so unique. Typically, Fat D is the branch within the ATF that makes the determinations on what's importable and what is not. Then you have the tech branch, which makes determinations domestically what's manufacturable and sellable on the U.S. market and what is not. And then you have the criminal enforcement division, which does nothing but go around, kick in doors, and arrest people. They're the criminal enforcement element, the armed element. And what happened with Q, typically if you're a manufacturer or an FFL, you're going to get a visit from your local examiner, your local ATF agent. They're not door kickers. They're I don't want to call them accountants, but they're very knowledgeable about all things related to the law, to being an FFL holder, and that they would contact you and say, hey, we think we might have a problem here. Let's have a meeting and talk about it. What they did to Q, because they can't do that under this IFR, under the executive orders, the tech branch stepped back and said, hey guys, look, there's IFR says we can't do this. But the criminal branch under the Boston field office? Boston field office said, you know what? No, we're going after this criminally. They went to Kevin and threatened criminal action. They sent him a cease and desist. And I've had people say, well, that's just a formal letter. A cease and desist doesn't mean much. In the regular world, when the ATF sends you a cease and desist, it's not a recommendation. The next step is the door kickers. That's when you get raided, all your inventory gets confiscated, you get charged with the crime, and now you get to defend yourself in court. So
correct.
Go ahead.
Just for a historical example on that, that's exactly what happened to Stag Arm a few years ago. So it went through the exact same process.
Yep.
The owners in jail.
In their case, they were politely contacted by their local agents, they were told, hey guys, you got to get your machine gun stuff in order here. And they took it as a suggestion and just blew it off. And then they were warned again, and then the next step was the criminal division. But that's how it normally works.
Right, but that's why you can't take it as a suggestion. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah,
right. If you have that, you can't just be like, oh, it's just a suggestion. No.
No, the ATF and these regulatory agencies aren't in the business of making suggestions. It's not like in the in the regular world where your neighbor wants to sue you because your grass is too tall and you get a cease and desist. You can go, screw that, and maybe he'll sue you, maybe he won't, probably get thrown out in court. It's not a big deal. When you get something from the criminal division of ATF that says cease and desist, the next step is raid.
Put it up like that, click that, click pause, remove that, and then start the cam.
People are saying, is this being applied now? Technically, no. There have been arrests with the SB. There have been arrests with the short-barreled rifle stuff. There have been arrests in that case. Right now, with regards to AOWs and ATF kind of revamping how they view this, no, there have not been any arrests or prosecutions yet. This is very early on. The whole reason this information is being released now is to get people like you contacting your representatives. We can stop this. We can stop it because ATF doesn't want light cast on this. They're doing this in the secrecy of backroom deals and private letters to companies that don't want to come forward. And you're going to say, well, why won't these companies come forward if they've got these letters saying they're done as an AOW? Because they don't want to anger the ATF. The ATF is a very vengeful organization. If you go out and cast light on their shady activities, they're going to shut you down. It's like a bad cop in a small town. They'll just keep pulling you over and pulling you over and pulling you over, giving you citations until you lose your driver's license. The ATF can wreck your life and they make it a hobby. So these companies are scared of them, and rightfully so. So go ahead, man.
I was going to say, when the Q thing happened, a lot of people were asking why Q. Well, as we found out subsequently, it wasn't just Q, as Tim was saying, but Q is a small enough company, this is my opinion, Q is a small enough company that I think the ATF felt comfortable going after them and felt they could bully them, but they're also a big enough company that they kind of have the ability to come back at them, and they have a big enough social media presence to create some waves in the industry. But, you know, the smaller companies that they went after, which there are several that we know of, just aren't in that position ultimately. And like Tim said, they're just afraid to fight back. And the easiest option to stay in business is to not say anything. Unfortunately, now, credit to Kevin and Q, he didn't take that position, and that's why we know about it. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, Kevin, and as we now know, a lot of times when we get this information, we're asked to sit on certain components of it. There's certain things I can't talk about, information that I know that I can't talk about, that I would betray confidences and potentially expose, companies to, ATF, retaliation. But Q was sitting on that letter. If you go back and look at the date, I believe it was dated August 3rd or something. And he was trying to negotiate with ATF, but they just stonewalled him and not doing anything. And finally, he made the decision to go public. He decided, I'll risk the retribution of ATF. People need to know about this. But there are other companies out there that got the same letters that haven't come public yet. They don't want to go public because they are scared of ATF retribution.
Right, but ATF is going after Palmetto State Armory, for example. Palmetto probably sold 2,000 race pistols today.
Oh gosh, yeah. They didn't go after SIG. They didn't go after Smith & Wesson. They didn't go after PSA. The actual big players selling millions of these things. They went after a small niche manufacturer. The others, I will say, I suspect, are kind of lower on the food chain in terms of their relationship to Smith & Wesson and SIG and those types of, Goliath companies that have fleets of lawyers that would snatch this up and, immediately take it to the courts and possibly get the ATF with their hands slapped. If you're going to take the ATF to court, guys, it takes hundreds of thousands of dollars to file these suits. The suit that we're going through right now with GOA, please support the GOA guys, because they're going to wind up spending $1 million or more fighting this. It's going to drag out in the courts, but we are trying to stop this type of procedural nonsense that is endlessly encroaching on our rights, because what's not happening, all the stuff ATF is doing, this is them legislating from a bureaucracy. They're taking the Congress and the president out of the picture, and they're making up laws however they see fit. And this, I don't know if I want to get into the issue of Chevron deference, but in essence, it needs to stop.
Yeah,
and then Trump tried to stop it. He issued executive orders to stop it. There is an IFR procedural rule in place saying these agencies cannot make these determinations without express permission from the DOJ, and yet they're doing it.
To that end, I would also point out that at the Washington, D.C. level, things take time to get that. But at the same time, Attorney General Barr worked for President Trump, and the buck stops with him, right? So ultimately, it is on him to stop it. And obviously, there's a lot of things on every president's plate, but the more energy we can get behind this, the more likely that is to happen. I personally do not believe Donald Trump.
People I don't know. People are
now, we don't
uncomfortable
know,
sometimes seeing
and
it. So
until
I guess I just want to have it, but I don't want to make people uncomfortable by me having it.
I personally doubt it, but it definitely stops him.
I had conversations, and key people within the administration have been now briefed. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, because going into November 3rd, which is just a week away, if Trump wants to reconnect with his base, a lot of firearms owners that vote for him, he may have to take action on this. I'm sure he's weighing it right now. But I do know that key people within the Trump administration have now been briefed on this situation. So we will see what happens.
Gen X fixes a lot of problems.
Bringing up some of these super chats. I'm trying to keep up with you guys.
I'm too old.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody. It means a lot. We are viewer supported. All right.
I used to
do we want to go any further down that rabbit hole, Mike? Do you want to move on to? We are, I think, past the hour. Do you want to talk about what happened with YouTube now, guys? This is even another big story. This is incredible, and this gets into big tech and Section 230 and all that other stuff you hear talked about in the news. Mike, tell the viewers what happened.
Sure.
Because
so
I
basically,
know
I put up a
what
video
you
where I just walked through all of the information on Joe Biden's website as
So
it
what do you
pertains
want to
to
hear?
quote-unquote
I
gun
know what
safety.
you want to hear.
And I went through it and basically explained what it means to somebody who's not a gun guy, right? Like, I know what all of that stuff means. But somebody just went out earlier this year and picked up a Glock 19,
Who are you going to fix?
you know,
Other
as
people.
their first gun because of 2020 and the craziness that it's been. They have no idea what the NFA is, right? They have no clue. So basically, I walked through all the different proposals. There's a whole bunch of them. The key proposal is that anything, any assault weapon or gun that could take magazines more than 10 rounds or magazines of more than 10 rounds all became NFA items if you don't sell them back to the government. So obviously, there's a lot more that goes into it than that. But so a Glock 19, for example, that takes comes with 3 mags, you're talking about $600 taxation for the magazine plus another $200 for the Glock itself under the NFA, or sell it back to the government and be forced to. Anyway, the video goes into all those details, but the news of it is that YouTube took that video down. And it was up for days. It was up for 3 days, I believe. And then they just randomly took it down and said that it didn't, you know, that it violated the community guidelines. Now, initially, I've had several videos which have had this happen to in the past, and I've kind of understood it in the past. Like, for instance, my most recent one was a fuel filter suppressor test. Like, I kind of get how they say I could be making a fuel filter which would go, or excuse me, a silencer which would go against their guidelines. But I actually won that appeal, and that video is still up on my channel now. So this video, literally nothing I talk about in any way violates their community guidelines. I mean, like, not at all. Nothing. So I was like, surely this video will come back immediately as soon as somebody actually
we're
watches
working to progress in
it.
different ways.
24 hours later, I got an email confirming it. And from my network that I'm in, which is the YouTube that we have, their contacts there, which typically they're able to get in touch with anybody at YouTube they want and get a result back really quickly. They've said that the people they've talked to at YouTube can't tell them why my video was removed. That's never happened before.
That's just unbelievable. That's just unbelievable. Guys, what I have up right now is the Biden website. All you have to do is go to joebiden.com/gun safety, and you can see what I'm showing you right now. And it's literally 3 pages of all his gun control plans, which include basically, you know, turning every single gun out there into a NFA item. Your AR-15s, your AKs, your HK 91s, and 93s, and everything that's out there, plus all your Glocks, anything that takes over 10 rounds, they are actively going to try to do this. Now, they can only do it, of course, if they get the House, the Senate, and the White House. But I've also seen other people in social media say this, and it was really dumbfounding to me, and I just don't know if I can chalk it up to naivety or what, but other people on social media have actually said, presidents always threaten gun control. It never really happens. Things are different now. When I was a young man in the 1990s, there were still pro-gun Democrats in Washington. There's plenty of pro-gun Democrats out in just rural America and stuff like that. But in Washington, D.C., there were a few pro-gun Democrats that would not vote for strict gun control. Today, in 2020, there's no such thing as a pro-gun Democrat in Washington, D.C. It's now a plank in the Democratic Party that they're all anti-gun.
My first official cruise. Well,
if they get control of the House and the Senate, what you're going to see is what you saw in Virginia. And if you don't think that's going to happen, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, if that you're just truly being naive. If they can get control of both houses and get the White House, you're definitely going to see a move. All it's going to take is one shooting, one anything, and they will do everything they can within 2 years because of midterms to do as much damage to our Second Amendment, just like in Virginia. And once it's done, guys, you have to stop this stuff proactively. You have to stop it before it becomes law. Because once it becomes law, it's 1,000 times harder to undo it. You got to get politically active and stop it before it happens. And if you don't, it becomes the new normal.
I mean, it's an
Spectrum is America's leading internet provider, delivering gig speeds to more homes coast to coast. Now, Spectrum Internet is even faster, with speeds starting at 300 megabits per second. That means more speed for all of your devices. And with 99.9% network reliability, you can stream, work, or game faster than ever. So no matter what you do online, you can do it faster and more reliably with Spectrum Internet.
Yeah, and I'm the last.
Right, and so typically I would agree with you as well about the House and the Senate needing that to have this happen. But with what the ATF's doing, I mean, do they really? You know,
Right.
we don't know is the answer to that question.
Yeah, I mean, they can simply have the White House, and all they have to do is appoint a new attorney general, and Biden can erase those executive orders right now that are constraining these alphabet agencies, and then ATF is free to do whatever they want, and it doesn't take an act of Congress. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Correct. And then, you know, combine that with big tech censoring that's going on with my video. And interestingly enough, Facebook, I put that video up on my Facebook page under videos and my Instagram page, and it's still up there. It's fine, no issues there. So, I mean, it's just crazy that YouTube's taking down like that.
I don't get it. And then, you know, I heard people say, oh, it's just an algorithm. Well, even if it was just an algorithm, that's bad enough, because I'll guarantee you they're not taking Trump videos now. No. If it was just an algorithm, somebody wrote that code to bring down videos that had anything to do with Biden. And then it goes to human review. You went to human review and they upheld it. And all you did was read from his website.
No.
Literally. Like, there's nothing in that video I'm not even holding a gun. There's nothing in that video. Well, no, I do hold a gun. But there's nothing in that video that in any way close to a community standard violation at all, period. It's a straight up explanation video of what this policy means. That's it. That's all it was. Like I said, you guys can see it on my other social media outlets. But I have a YouTube rep too. Like I have and they haven't gotten back with me yet. And that's the first time that's happened. They usually get right back with me. So yeah, I mean, there is an agenda going on there. There's simply no doubt about it with that video. And that video was doing better than most of my videos, which that probably raised an eye as well. That people were actually starting to read it. Yeah. So.
That's absolutely unbelievable. So now the video is just. Now the video is just absolutely gone, huh? It's probably gone. Did they give you an account strike for it as well?
Well, yeah,
No, they did not give me an account strike. It is permanently gone, though, and a lot of people have done that by re-uploading it. And I've been debating that, honestly. I don't know if that would just anger them even more, or if it might just squeak by.
I don't know if I see him as on the same level as me.
I mean, and I think it's not just an algorithm thing, to answer that point. For example, on Instagram, I've never had, until last week, I've never had any of my posts
I used to
taken down
live
on
down
Instagram.
in San Antonio.
But in the past week,
and I
I've
don't think
had
he's moved
at
away
least
from
5 or 6.
No, he's always lived. We've always all lived
and again,
down
that's never
there.
happened before. So something is going on where there is a targeted campaign, happening. And Instagram, they're not hurting my account or anything anyway. I can tell they're not like limiting what I can do. But they're saying it violates their community standards or their rules or whatever. And I go read their rules, and nope, it doesn't. And again, that has never happened until
like we've seen each other almost every day of our lives.
Virtually every day.
We talk.
Yeah, and I
that's the only reason that it's like not.
It's interesting that you have an account rep, because I used to have one too.
I still can't get my
and this was a couple of years ago, and he was amazing. Anytime I had a problem like this, he immediately called me back. He immediately got it resolved in my favor. And then he was kicked upstairs, went to another job, and I was assigned another account rep, and she from the first minute. She sent me an email saying, I'm your new account rep. I sent her a note back, welcoming her, thanking her, and all that stuff, trying to be polite.
Grayson is better about it than my niece
And
is.
after that, zero communication. Whenever I had a problem, nothing. I went through creator support, got just a random person. They helped me with it. And I said, can I go to somebody to appeal who my rep is? Because you get a rep at 500,000 subscribers.
I don't know if I'll ever do that for my niece.
I
don't know if I'll be financially stable.
was told no. There's nobody to appeal to. If your rep doesn't help you, tough. We don't care. There's nothing we can do. We don't care.
Yep, my rep has actually always been good. She's like, I'm guessing, a liberal. Lives in San Francisco. I know that for sure. Yeah, talk about it.
Mine was, but we had great conversations.
Yeah, she's typically totally helpful about everything. Like, she's
like not as much as a car,
as far as I can tell, anyway. So, but yeah, on this one, she hasn't got back with me. And that's never happened. Like, usually she's back with me within 24 hours.
You want to sit back?
Well, this particular election cycle has been extremely nasty, and it seems more divisive than ever before that I can remember in American history. I didn't vote for Reagan. I was a little too young. That's what this is. I enlisted because of Reagan. But anyway, this country has just continuously gone to the point where it's rioting in the streets and things like that. We've never seen, we've seen unrest before. That's not new, but we've not seen it continue for almost 6 months or more now. We just had another incident in Philadelphia where a man was shot to charge police with a knife, and now they're burning Philadelphia. It's just so divisive right now, and Americans are at each other's throats, and it's bad for the country.
And one thing I want to kind of touch on that's different, and I do think it's relevant to the conversation, is social media and how they are able to control the thoughts of so many people. There's a myriad of studies. If you look into it at all, just don't search on Google, obviously, search somewhere else. But if you look into the way it begins, so combine that with all the unconstitutional orders to keep people in place and keep them kept in one area, not working, all of those sorts of things, combined with anything that's designed to cause social outrage, whether it be law enforcement incidents or anything else. And it's just a powder keg. It really is. It really is. And social media is gasoline on that fire.
It is, and you see the politicians talking an awful lot about this Section 230 and how this protects the social media players. They were given an exemption early on when the internet was just taking off, and they as long as they didn't moderate the content on their platforms, they would be given carte blanche legal protection. They simply couldn't be sued for what was on their platforms. But now they've taken to moderating that content. Yeah. So now they're getting their cake and eating it too. They're getting complete protection and immunity from the law and from people being able to sue them for their behavior, and yet they're moderating the content, which they're not technically supposed to be doing. So that's why you're seeing this discussion in Washington now in big tech. And big tech, the more Washington pushes on them, the more rebellious they become. Look what they did to you. What's concerning about what they did to you? What a micro level of scanning they're doing to immediately flag that video and yank it. How long was it up?
Just going to be talking to
y'all. It was up, I think, 2 or 3 days.
Okay, so it took them 2 or 3 days to identify and yank the video.
Right, but that's why I don't think it is an algorithm thing. Somebody saw that and was like, this is effective. That's my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was absolutely pulled for political reasons. Has nothing to do with community standards. The thing about YouTube, guys, is they don't publish their standards. We don't know exactly what rules we're bound by. We're just given vague generalities. If you ask for specifics, they'll say we can't give them to you. And then when you ask why you can't give them to us, they'll say, well, if we tell you specifically what we're doing, then you're just going to find ways around it. Again, circular logic. So basically, we have to
Welcome back to the Chris Miller Show. It's been a long and amazing broadcast. Today I have here with me
Sebastian Rodin.
Sabino Rodin. Indeed, and you're with
B&R Gunworks.
B&R Gunworks. So tell me a little bit about your stock. Tell me about what you're presenting out here.
We specialize in customizing guns. We normally laser engrave, gold plate, Cerakote, just any customization of any gun. Companies come to us and we do work.
Yeah, all right. Can you tell me about the Cerakoting process? What exactly does that mean to my listeners that don't really know what Cerakoting is?
Cerakoting is kind of like giving your gun a paint job. Really, you're strip and finish or scuffing the gun, and then you're going to be spraying the gun like a paint and then curing it in an oven like a ceramic finish.
Okay. What are the benefits? Is that aesthetic or is it have any other benefits to the firearm itself?
It's aesthetic as well as it provides a durable finish.
Okay.
It's more durable than other finishes.
So it stops it from like the oxidation. There you go. We're not wordsmithing. Okay. So tell me a little bit about the background of your company.
Really, we started in 2018, kind of as a hobby.
Okay.
Yeah, we've always been into guns. We're brothers. Our dad got us into guns.
Very nice.
We just kept it going. He passed away, so we kind of kept on the guns and kind of started this business and kept going. And luckily, it's been going good and it's been getting bigger.
Carrying the torch. That's good to hear, man. So what types of guns do y'all have there as far as like at this gun show, and what do you have available for my listeners or for the audience?
Really, we specialize in customizing pistols like 1911s, mainly Colts.
Hold on. So y'all, they bring their guns to you, and then you customize it for them.
Yes.
Yeah, they can do that, or we can have a gun already customized. It all depends. We can, if the customer wants something done, we can do it.
I see you got something in your hands right there.
This is a Colt 1911. We laser engraved.
You mind if I hold?
Yeah, go ahead.
Look at that. That is
engraved, polished.
That's gold.
Plated.
That's gold. That's real gold. 24 karat. That's very nice. That's the safety back there? This is a Colt 1911?
Yes.
So this is the real deal. It's not too heavy. It was what I would have thought that like a fully gold gun would be heavier than this. This is not even heavier than my. I have a Ruger P95, and it's not heavy. It's not actually heavier than this. That's a big deal. It's a beautiful weapon, man. How much would you say something like this runs?
Depending on the brand of the gun, if we.
Y'all customize that one?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So did somebody bring that one in, or that was for your personal stock?
This is for sale right now.
Oh, okay. How much is that one?
This one will go for about $4,800.
$4,800. Okay. 24 karat. $4,800. That's the key. This is not. It's not a. It's a so Colt. 45. That's a 45. 1911 45. That is the linchpin. That is the what's the word? The staple of like actual, like the real deal. It's a gun with some heft, but it has superior stopping power. The rounds are good. It actually it's very not just functional, but it's very reliable. That's what I'm looking for.
Sure, yeah.
Very reliable pistol. So that one runs for about $4,800. What else?
Our prices vary just depending on the brands. We can do the same job on a Glock or a cheaper 1911.
You can do mine?
Yeah, we can do this. We've done a few reviews. Yeah.
Nice. What's the turnaround time?
Basically, about 3 to 5 weeks, depending on the job and depending.
Because of the curing process and all that?
Yeah, depending on how backed up we are. We don't want to promise something.
Right.
It's
better to under-promise and over-deliver.
Exactly.
The opposite. Yeah, indeed. So how long you say you've been in business for? Over 40 years?
Oh, no. Since 2018.
Oh, since 2018. Oh, that's right. And where y'all located?
Midland, Texas.
Midland, Texas. West Texas. My wife is from West Texas. So that's very prime real estate for gun ownership and gun deals. So that's a very good place to be. Do you have any specials running for the gun show?
Right now, I don't know. If you hit us up from this show or anything, like that you watched us and saw us, we'll give you 5% off.
You hear that? Mention the Chris Miller Show, and you will get 5% off your purchase. Is that for y'all? Do y'all dabble in ammo or anything like that?
We don't have ammo.
Mainly guns right now.
Mainly guns. Okay, very good. So tell me something, or tell my audience something that what's a pressing issue, something that they don't know that you would like them to know about your company.
Well, right now we're working on getting our storefront going. We've been running out of a shop, mainly doing custom work and stuff. So pretty soon we're going to have an actual storefront. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, actually about 2 weeks or so.
Oh, two. That's
open.
right on the horizon. Okay,
Yeah.
and that's going to be in Midland.
Yes.
Do you have a proposed address for this, or where they can?
Yeah, Midland, Texas is going to be 1601 North Big Spring Street, and that's the main street in Midland down that goes down.
1601 North
Big Spring Street.
Big Spring Street. Big Spring. Y'all apologize for the slow type. What's the? That's Midland, Texas.
Yeah, Midland, Texas.
Texas. What's the zip code there?
79705.
79705. Can I get a phone number?
432-230-9639. If you can't get a hold of me, you can get a hold of my brother.
432-230-9639.
Yep.
Call. Ask for
Sabino.
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 Here's what I found.
Oh, okay, leave me alone, Siri. Ask for Sabino, and give me more.
And Sebastian.
Sebastian. Sabino and Sebastian. Sebastian. Awesome. All right, what's your website?
We basically only have a Facebook and an Instagram, and it's B&R Gunworks.
And it be like the ampersand R? B&R Gunworks. Gunworks. On Facebook and Instagram. Okay. Got it. B&R Gunworks on Facebook and Instagram. You only got forums. Bam. That's going out to my. That's on my Facebook, and I'll put that on my Instagram. I'll put that on my Twitter. All that. I appreciate y'all coming out and talking to us. I love that. That's probably the dopest. I'm not gonna lie. You don't see a lot of. Well, I don't see a lot. I don't see a lot of gold culture. I mean, but that's this side of the border. But yeah, it's a pleasure. It's been a pleasure talking to y'all. I'm gonna send some traffic y'all's way. I really appreciate y'all coming by. Anything else you want to say to our listeners?
No, just come out and see us at this gun show.
Indeed, come out.
San Marcos.
Exit 201, San Marcos Conference Center at the Embassy Suites. It's the lower side and the front. Now, come on, check us out. What's your movement? Do you know?
We're in Section H.
Section H. It's so many people in here.
Yeah.
But y'all are in the middle row, right?
Yeah, middle row.
They're actually smack dab in the middle, and it's the very middle of the ballroom. You'll find them at the intersections, across sort of the very middle aisle, middle row. All right. Thank y'all so much. Have a wonderful day, man. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's Sebastian Sabino. Yeah. Indeed. Sebastian Sabino, B&R Gunworks. Y'all catch him. Y'all got the number in the chat. Y'all get with him. All right.
Thank you.
Indeed. Appreciate you, man. Hold on, we didn't get to talk about this.
That's all good.
Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute.
That's all good, man. We showed the crown piece right there.
He almost ran away. We're back for a second. Hold on. My man almost ran away without showing me. Give me that. This is MP. What's this MP5?
P90.
P9. I play Call of Duty, but don't judge me.
That's the reason I have it.
Right. Look at this. P90. This uses
5.7.
5.7.
50 rounds.
50 rounds. Like
SPR suppressed.
all you Call of Dutyers out there, CODers. This is. Oh my God! It's light. It's so light. Is this a suppressor on here? Okay. How much is? And that's a. Is that a Hollywood?
Oh, turn it on.
Wow. Okay. Red dot holographic. Very nice. Red dot holographic. What does this run?
It's a little too much.
You never know who's watching.
It's just personal.
Oh, it's his.
One of my personal
It's not for sale, but I had to see it. I saw him try to walk away with it. He brought over here. Look, look. We're gonna have to talk about how to get one of those in my hands.
Okay, yeah.
That's dope.
Yeah, I'll help you out.
All right, you hear that? We're gonna hold it to it. All right, y'all. God bless.
Yeah, thank you.
You'll send us a link or something?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, it's not mine.
So if you go to, because what we're gonna do, we're gonna chop it down. We're gonna edit it to because there's been a lot of, it's 6 hours, so it's been a lot of editing. We're gonna chop it down, edit it. I have your card. I can email you on there. I'll email you if you want just the section of y'all on there.
Okay.
And I can email that to you.
Awesome.
Indeed. Thank you so much.
Appreciate
brother.
you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Sebastian and Sabina. Wait a minute. Hold on. What did you say? No, it's okay. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet. After I get done here, I'm gonna chat with Phil and Derek. We'll work out some stuff with Errol and get some Derek talking. But after that, I'll probably just it's probably here. Okay. So, all right, everybody. Somebody was supposed to come through. I don't know who it was. Did you text the other person didn't come through? Well, there was somebody else though, like BR, and then there was another. I didn't see you. I didn't tell you. Right, they're over there. I know where they're at. Let me go find it.
Lord, what are y'all doing? What are y'all about to do? Oh man, what are y'all talking about?
This is my brother's show. Primarily a podcast, so it's not to point out where you just kind of like bringing anybody in to talk. So what he's doing here is talking to different vendors about what.
You're here tomorrow?
It was just today.
I didn't get a memo or nothing. I'm the coolest guy in here. I'm making gun holsters right here on the spot.
I think he's got a free slot.
I'm about to head out to Royal Rumble right now. But I want to get with him later then sometime. Okay. I mean, where y'all at? Yeah, we have a card. Yeah, I stay off 10,35. But I mean, my shop's over there too. He wasn't stolen. Yeah. Where'd he go? He just walked off and I lost out.
Where did he say?
He said he was going to look for the other end. I don't know, man.
Give him
you know
his number.
I don't think I have the card on me.
It has the old station he was at, but now it has his website on the back. Does it have his social as well?
Doing this to yeah, no, I'm real cool with that. I'm 25 years old. I've been in business almost now. And yeah, I've been doing these gun shows for like 8. And making holsters right here. The reason I asked you for these, but if you didn't put the logo, we put logos on holsters. So if you see the guns, I'll put a logo on. Really good audience. Y'all ought to go and say thank you.
Yeah. He wants to get around that way.
It's like any fucking t-shirts, man.
There's a guy that just came by. He's leaving the show. He wants to set up an interview later.
Okay. Let's move that way. For you. What's your name, brother?
Angel.
Angel? Chris. Chris, to meet you. Yeah, I was like, man, I can't. We're about to break down. I was like, wait a minute, I'm missing. There's somebody missing. I wasn't about to take y'all's money and not give y'all a.
He definitely had all the answers, but
it's all good. Hey, look, show us what you know. Okay. All right, we're back, and we have with us Angel from. Where are you from?
Khalid.
Khalid. All right, what's the name of your company?
The name of the company is A&M Armory Solutions.
A&M Armory Solutions. And y'all do. So what's the older gentleman's name? Juan. And Juan told me that y'all do a lot. So y'all manufacturers too?
Yes. So we are actually partially manufacturers. We are authorized or certified dealers and armorers for 6R.
Okay.
As well as Smith & Wesson, or some of the Smith & Wesson. And yeah, just anything.
So what do y'all have over your stock right now?
Right now, I mean, we're mostly just carrying, handguns, mostly just SIGs, some Glocks, a little bit of everything. We like to have some variety.
You got any ammo or anything?
Not on hand, but we do have some at the shop, online, all that good stuff.
Very good. Do y'all have a brick and mortar, like a spot?
So the way that it's actually set up, we just recently opened up.
Okay.
We just actually acquired the business from someone else.
Okay.
So we're still getting a little situated. However, we have a personal property that actually doubles as the shop itself.
Okay.
That's like a little shop. That's just
okay. What's your website?
The website, as of right now, it is Barwar Us.
Oh, he told us that it was going to change. Too,
yes.
Right? But it's Barwar, so it's, hold on, let me type that in the chat real quick. Let's see something. I forgot to put that one in there. Now, it's BARWAR USA.com. All right. And what's the phone number there?
The phone number, actually, let me double check because we just recently changed it.
Okay. Budding business. We love new business. We're trying to support the industry, make sure that our rights and freedoms are protected. So the way we do that is make sure that we are open and active always.
So the phone number, as of right now, is 254 935 3800.
3800. And I'm going to say call and ask for Angel or Juan?
Angel or Juan.
Angel. All right, and you say, all right, I got the website in there, I got your name in there, I got the number. Are y'all running any? Did I ask? Are y'all running any specials or anything?
At the moment, we're just price matching everything we can, and
that's a big deal.
Yeah, we're price matching, and right now, at least for this weekend, we're doing an additional 10% off.
Okay, so off everything.
Everything.
Price matching and additional 10%. Is that in conjunction? This is you gotta be very clear. Is that in conjunction with the price match plus 10%?
Yes.
That's a big deal.
At least for this weekend, we might carry that on for another week and a half, 2 weeks or so.
Okay, and y'all go to all the gun shows?
As many as we can. Yes.
Very good. So I want to ask you, what is something that you want to tell us about your company that nobody likes? Differentiate your company from me. Tell me something to set y'all apart.
Well, we like to be very one-on-one, very personal relationship with our customers.
Okay.
we always have lifetime warranties for everything we sell.
Lifetime warranties.
Yeah, lifetime warranties, very important. Usually, whenever we sell any merchandise, whether it's a handgun, a rifle, anything like that, we usually give 2 hours of range time, just for a little bit more proficiency. Make sure that you're handling it well. Just overall improve your accuracy and just overall.
So you'll cite them if we bought some. Y'all sell any scopes or anything?
Yes, we sell some scopes. We don't have that many available right now, but we will have a lot more coming.
You'd help the person's cite it in and everything.
Yes, we
Very
do all
nice.
that.
Very nice. That's a big deal. Trying to think of something else. I mean, y'all do it all, man. What's the average price for your firearms?
Well, that would depend. However, for example, most of our SIGs, they're running at around 650-ish. Sometimes, they go down to 570 or 720. It's somewhere along that ballpark.
Kind of got a range in there. Okay.
Yeah.
Y'all sell clips and all that?
Yes, we sell magazines, we sell clips. As far as ammunition, we don't sell that much, but we do have some on hand, and if you needed to order some, it could be done.
Very good. Okay. Man, look, I appreciate you coming by. I'm sorry we missed one, but you've done well in this day.
Thank you.
I'm very happy that we had the opportunity to speak. I'm so glad that we ran into each other. Man, keep doing what y'all doing. I guarantee you we're gonna be in contact because I saw what y'all had over there, and I'm very interested. I like that. I like the devotion that y'all have to actually the development of the product.
Yes.
So that's something to look out for. Y'all need to keep a close eye on them. They're going to be doing a lot. They're going to be doing a lot of innovation. They're going to be out here making things happen. So y'all make sure you keep an eye on them. The company is B&R Gunworks. I'm sorry, not B&R. I'm sorry. Hold on. It's A&M and Armor Solutions. It was the one before. This is A&M, and they are based out of Belton, Texas, right north of Georgetown, which is where I'm from. It's amazing. So they're local. Their prices are great. Remember, they do the 10% plus they price match. Y'all keep an eye out for them. Go visit their website and tell them that Chris Miller sent you. They might do a little something special for them. I'm not gonna promise you, but ask for Juan or Angel. They might do something special for you. All right?
We might.
Indeed. God bless. All right, brother. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
You have a great one.
You as well.
So we're gonna go ahead and sign off from the Texas Gun Show in San Marcos, Texas Convention Center. They're gonna be here tomorrow from 10 to 4, I believe. So y'all come through. Mention that you saw this on the Chris Miller Show, and you will get, I think, $2 or $3 off your admission, and that's awesome.
That buys you a half a beer, but guess what? You know what? $2 or $3 is $2 or $3.
They
Mention
got
the Chris Miller Show.
They have a lot of specials here. They have a lot of great vendors. Thank you to Darwin Buttercup for putting us down, putting us in here, giving us opportunity to do this. We're gonna do a lot more of these. It's been amazing. We're working out all the kinks. We'll have a better programming schedule the next time we come through here. But this is, it's a work in progress. I feel like this is an amazing stream, an amazing opportunity for us to do something brand new that I've never done before.
Everybody here is friendly.
Forget Mo Dave.
Dude, we're talking about it's a fun time to come. You can actually bring your kids. There's vendors for food. There's lemonade stands. It's been a great time, dude.
Oh, Grayson, I got you something. I've been talking at Michael. I got you something, Grayson. You're gonna see it's gonna be awesome. You're gonna love it. So, with that being said, do you have anything you want to say about Pun DX before we sign up? Oh, here it goes.
I'm building Aero Social with the opportunity for the users in our community to tell us what they want built next. Like what kind of new tool would you like? And it is a building process. We're only working off of 20% of our budget or revenue. So how we decide what new features and accessories are going to be on the app is totally dependent on y'all. Right now, the next 2,500 people that come and help us be beta testers. Once a week, you post something and you're active. Y'all are going to be rewarded just for being beta testers. And right now, that US dollar amount is $500. If you'd like to get paid $500 for the next couple of months to be a tester, come on over to Aero Social. Go to arro.io, sign up, download it, make a post, and when a bug comes up, fill in that information. That's how we know you're using it. This is at the very beginning. Shit's gonna go wrong. This is how things are built. This is the technology world. But we're here to listen to y'all. I want to build something that everybody approves of and really enjoys using, We've all been banned from Facebook or threatened to be banned at one fucking time.
Put in Facebook jail.
I've been in jail a few times, both in and off the Facebook grid.
So IRL, we got our stories.
All day long.
Like,
The first time.
Yeah, we have fun.
Let's not talk about with the Tahoe. Let's not go back to the Tahoe.
My mom might be watching this, so you calm down. Calm down.
But thanks for listening. Chris and I will be meeting up later on this week. We're gonna have our own private segment, chitter chatter. This is stage one. We're friends reconnected after decades of being friends. And this is what entrepreneurship's all about.
This is what it looks like.
I gotta give a shout out to my mentor, David Meltzer, the real Jerry Maguire, because the biggest message I want to actually introduce to everybody else is that we're just here trying to create happiness, but helping each other create happiness for others. And because that is the greatest disease, is sharing a smile.
Right.
And that's all we're trying to do.
Indeed. With that being said, God bless y'all. Thank y'all for coming. Thank y'all for joining us. To everybody on the rebroadcast.
Smile,
from Brightside Productions. Brightside Productions was actually responsible for all of the equipment here and making this production look good for y'all. I mean, everybody's looking at this like, man, that looks good. To those of you who are saying it, they're the reason. And that's my family, my brother and my sister. Our family, we're out here making it happen, doing things. So thank y'all for coming. Check it out. Look out for the next one. We'll be back soon. We're gonna be very much so active. It's just the beginning. All right. God bless you.